What's going on, everybody? Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Good morning, good morning. Joey, Clapton, John, Alexander, Faison, Jafar, Corey, Dan, Zach, Blind Nest Owl, Johnny 5, how are you doing? Marcus, Winky Face, what up, brother? How are you doing this morning? I like it when he comes out late because it gives me a couple hours to do my actual job. Keisha, Clapton, Quentin, or Quantum, Dustin, good morning. Yeah, I'm late this morning again. I got a bunch of shit in the background I'm doing here now. I got a bunch of stuff related to the channel going on in the background. I was actually even up late last night. I was working until midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, and then again this morning when I woke up. So it never fucking ends. So it's kind of hard to get on this morning. So it's a long day to be streaming. So we got some stuff to talk about this morning. We're gonna talk. We're gonna flip right over real quick and just cut this bullshit out. And it's kind of a light trading day right now. That can be good for bulls to an extent. Take a look at some support levels, some resistance levels this morning. We're going to talk about what to expect in the next today and tomorrow to some extent. I loved it. We touch down here, we blast off. Can we trade higher? They're higher this morning. Sure, it's possible. We can trade up here. We can trade up to 418, 420. But to escape this, right, there's two things that have not happened. Two. Today is not an OPEX day. So you need, not only do you need the fuel of expiring puts, you need bulls to jump on board with you. You need market participants to jump on board with you. Banks, hedge funds, whoever. Now, those banks might know what's going to happen in the Fed meeting. It doesn't appear that they know for sure what's going to happen in this FOMC meeting. There's still some derision. We'll get into that this morning at some point. There's some calculating saying that it's going to be a bullish FOMC, believe it or not, even from bears, especially from other markets, currency markets, mortgage markets, all kinds.
5 minutes at the top there, we'll get the JOLTS job openings for March. Expected 11.2 million, prior was 11.27 million. Also get March factory orders expected 1.2%, prior was minus 0.5%. And with the factory orders, we'll get the March final durable goods orders data expected 0.8%, which will be in line with the preliminary.
There's also, the commodities markets, believe it or not, it's all wrapped up in this. So you got all kinds of markets, especially under the surface. Like if you have the wheels that take you someplace, let's say that's the equity market. Well, the engine, the inside of our markets, have some real fucking problems going on within it that can impact QT, believe it or not. Now, with all that said, right, we need escape velocity. We're not going to get it today for two reasons. The first one is today's not an OPEX day. You need the kick from puts expiring for that escape velocity. Everyone knows it. Everyone knew it yesterday. We knew it yesterday. We said eventually at some point today, I don't care when, I want to be in when these shorts close and these puts expire. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I know it's going to happen. Now, today we could easily trade up here, 420 or whatever. I don't know that we have the escape velocity for two reasons. It's not an OPEX day. There's a high chance, a good chance, that nobody's going to close their puts today. We're 1 day away from the FOMC meeting. There's no reason to close puts that are expiring on Wednesday or on Friday today. So what's the benefit of going long here? I don't know. You can go from 413 to 420, 418. That's the benefit. If we trade up here, there's a fair chance we're going to roll it over today or even tomorrow into the FOMC meeting, or the last day of the not the FOMC meeting, but the FOMC statement. So there's a chance there's a trap in here for bulls, and we're going to trade lower one more time. This is even anticipating some good news. there is another concern here, and the other concern is, especially as a bull, is there any bad news? Is there something? Is there like a sacrificial lamb that is the equity market? And that's one more posit that's been out there for about a week or two now, would be that you'd sacrifice the equities market even in this FOMC. You would sacrifice the equities market to save the credit market. It's interesting too, and this is very complicated to some extent too, because you can. Some of the posits are, we have QT taking place right now, believe it or not, whether you know it or not. And so, or not just QT, but we have taxation going on in the background. And then couple that with raising rates and then wanting to roll out QT. They actually can't. Some of the markets are saying, hey, if you do that to us, we're going to have a fucking black swan event. So what do you do in that situation? There is another comment, or there's another argument to be said that if they had a choice of which market they're going to save, which is it going to be? And it's not the equity market. That actually makes more probable sense to me than, because I'm kind of bullish on the FOMC, but if there was a market to save, they would all day long sacrifice the equity market. Now, the minutes do count more because that's where they whisper that kind of information. Most of that stuff comes out later on the minutes, FOMC minutes.
Just under a minute to the data. JOLTS shop openings for March expected 11.2 million. Durable goods orders seen 0.8%. Factory orders seen 1.2%.
There's light trading this morning as well. People are sitting on their hands this morning. So just keep that in mind as we trade today. Keep that in mind as we trade, if we trade up today. Keep that in mind if we start to trade higher. 420 is not that far away. This right here looks slightly trappy to me.
The March JOLTS data, factory orders, and durable goods orders final reading in just a few seconds.
You can blast this up, right? And then you have to be out of here by like 418, 420. We'll take a quick look real quick and just see where resistance is above. Light trading this morning, right? Not much resistance.
11.55 million for JOLTS job openings, above the 11.2 million expected. Factory orders 2.2% above the 1.2% expectation. Durable goods at 1.1% is 0.3 higher than the preliminary. Ex-transportation 1.4% is 0.3 higher than expected. Capital goods orders 1.3% is up 0.3 from the prelim, and capital goods shipments at 0.4% is up 0.2 from the prelim. The prior JOLTS revised higher to 11.3 million from 11.27 million.
Weak sellers above up here at 420. You can see them up here at 418, right? This is where the sellers are. Same as yesterday, 418 or so.
The JOLTS data for March appears to be another record high.
So 418 being the first resistance point, and then the second resistance point being the same, that 420. And then this was here yesterday, that 418 resistance point. So we'll mark in that. We'll mark in this 418. We'll put this 418 in here. Take a closer look, and the volatility begins. I'm in here. Hold on here. So you can find this vol. $416.54, $416.97. It goes all up to 18. So first rejection point. You break through 416.64 or so. Right in here. You need to get through this zone right here to hit the price target 420. Volatility trigger is above. It's at 440. Or excuse me, 420. Price target, we're talking about 450. I don't know why we're up at 460. I said 450 yesterday. We'll move these over as time goes forward. Price target 440. Price target extension 450. I'm going to give this one an overtime if we don't roll it right over. Vol trigger is at 420. The first area of resistance right up here, 416, 418-ish, somewhere in here. This is going to be some light resistance, some sellers. We'll write sellers in here. The bears. So the posit is going to be, or my take or posit here. I was weird because I saw someone on Twitter say something like, there's clear skies above 420 to 430. And I was like, no, that's not fucking true. There's giant resistance here that needs a reason for it to go away. This is the area. This is like the escape velocity. If you don't break 420, there's a fair chance you can come up here and roll it right back down. And you really need some fuel. You need the FOMC to go away. You need puts to roll off. Now, typically on the day of FOMC, you would have your OPEX on the same day. And that's not the case for today. It's tomorrow on Wednesday. So I'm going to expect any kind of a rally here today or push today to be muted. I'm going to expect it to be somewhere between 418, 420. Now, we talked about that yesterday heading into the close. Just a second here. We also know that the FOMC meeting, right? It was today, of course. It started yesterday, I think, to an extent. But the FOMC meeting, 2-day meeting, is the 3rd and 4th, the official meeting. And on the 4th at 2 p.m. is the presser. And that this is key. That it's on Wednesday. It's not on Tuesday. It's on Wednesday. It's at 2 p.m. And it also lines up with OPEX tomorrow. So we have OPEX tomorrow. We have put protection, protective puts, protective shorts on the market heading into FOMC. So we have all the ingredients for a blast off, but it's not on Tuesday. It's on Wednesday. So my posit was this morning, it's a better day to not trade. My posit to people today and tomorrow, or today specifically, unless there's a break of some kind of news we don't know. In case there's any kind of, we can get rid of this now. We already know that 405. We already know that 405 was the touchy, right? We'll get back down to the day here. He's the dotted line was 405. We're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of that. We got the pin strike yesterday. Kind of works, right? 405.02. That kind of works. You got S3 down here. We can move these over for you. There's S3 400. S2 is still there. 405. It has nothing's changed. S1 is 410 today. Talked about this on Friday, right? R1. We'll check it on this. This was actually 415, but it moves around every day. So we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look at it specifically today. This is R2 right here. Trading range down here, right? You buy these dips down here, S1, S2 at 405, S3, buy all this, and you sell all this until we remove the fear from the market. You can kind of see that in here, right? You can kind of see you got a peak here, you got a peak here. We're starting to get another peak in here. And the question becomes, do you buy this? Do you buy this? Do you buy this? No. Do you buy this? Yes. Do you buy this? Yes. Do you buy this? Yes. Price target May 4th. So what are we looking for today and tomorrow? Me, I'm looking for something in here. That's what I'm looking for. I think Winky said he was looking for something like or subdued. Or Winky was saying even if it was good news, you might get this and then subdued, and your real rocket ship is on Friday. Now, with that said, anything down here, if you're bullish, anything down in here, if you're bullish, we're probably at a point in the market where you could buy a call spread. You could do an at captain's trade, just buy yourself a call spread that is, I don't know, month out. I would price target 440. I bet down around if we get back down around 405 or 400 or something, you place the call spread that was not that wide. I'd make it like 430, 435 or something to 438. Maybe like 430 to 438 or something in there. Small spread on it, nice and high. And I bet that prints like 300%. If we get down here again, if we get down into these lower bounds. Now, with all that said, right? With all that said, I think the last 6 or 7 FOMC meetings, I've been trading those since last year. A lot of people on Twitter know that I trade those. You can go through my history. I don't delete a lot of my tweets. Most of my tweets I delete are either sensitive or I've offended somebody, but most of them I leave up, like 99.9%. So if you go back and just check even around FOMC meetings, how I typically trade them. is I wait until the OPEC date, and I wait until the minute, or not the minutes, but the speech. And I keep an eye on if anything leaks or breaks. There'll be moments you'll see where we might trade sideways here. You'll see let's say before the presser, you might see a huge dip, and then I'll give you a great buy-in. Sometimes you'll see before the presser, you'll see a quick spike and then a drop. One of the neat parts of this is when it happens, it changes. The time of day changes. It's not all. It used to be like a half an hour before, but then people started catching on. So like the first, I think 3 or 4 times I did this, like the first at least few, nobody knew about it, and then people started catching on, right? And so there was an FOMC meeting, I don't know, 3-4 months ago or something, and my take was that what I was using as a measure was that everybody was inputs into FOMC meeting. Everybody. I'm talking like everybody. So, of course, I took the contrarian trade. I'm actually known for those kind of trades, right? Took that trade. And then one FOMC meeting, everybody was in fucking calls. So I took the opposite side, and it fucking sold off. It came back, but it sold off just after the FOMC meeting. And I think that was mostly because everybody was loaded to the tits on calls. Everybody knew what was going to happen. So that is one concern heading into tomorrow. So I'm going to keep my eye tomorrow on the open and see where everybody's positioned. If everybody's positioned on the call side, sometimes you'll see a dip before you see that rip. They'll burn all those calls. They'll just fucking torch them. They'll let you all load up on them, and you're like, oh, I'm in for 50 cents or 60 cents or whatever it is you're in for, whatever strike. Then before you know it, they're down to like 10 cents or 3 cents. And you're self-doubting, wondering if you're going to triple down so you can actually make that rocket ship a day or two later. So just keep that on your plate. That's another chance of what might happen. Another idea that might happen would be that we just blast off today, right? They go, fuck you, we're out of here, right? I saw that on Twitter. People were just like, fuck it, we're out of here. Fuck FOMC, it doesn't matter. I will warn you, if that happens, you roll into FOMC meeting, right? You roll into FOMC meeting, right? And you're like right in the face of the Fed, and you're like, fuck you, we're out of here. Before you even get to FOMC meeting, he's probably gonna change his speech and fucking slam this market right down on your face. I mean, you think people won't do that shit, but they will. You would be surprised. They'll do it just to fuck you. So I think the banks, the hedge funds, and whatever, I think to an extent you're gonna see some muted trading today. That's what I think. I don't think that you get the ripper. I don't think you get bloodbath either. I think this is where the market just waits. Lets the FOMC meet and do its thing. Big banks and big interest probably has feelers out there trying to find out information in the meeting, right? You got people in the hallways waiting around, that kind of stuff. So if you wanted a recommendation, I don't like giving them, but if for me, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably hang out today, chill out, not do too much, and watch the market move. It's not a bad thing to be a reactive trader. An example would be if we trade down like this, right, to look for a chance to go long. If we trade up like crazy, right? You guys remember when I was on Twitter back here and I said to you, take your money and run. If you want to leave some on for this, you can. Right? But you remember when I was like, this was the move right here. Right? This was the move. You can do some FOMO up here. You can put some risk on all that money you made, right? You don't want to do that crazy shit. You're not going to be like 100% balls deep and then stay balls deep. Take your money and run. You start to see it selling off over here. You can throw some money in there, right? And the same thing kind of applies here. If you made all this money yesterday and you want to leave some on for a trip higher, sure. Like throw some nickels and dimes at it or something, do it. But the reality is if you're a bull, I'll tell you what you're looking for to take along. You're waiting for this vol trigger to move higher. So you're gonna buy this vol trigger once it's confirmed that you're going higher. Resistance becomes support, and then you'll take that trade higher. All this fucking shit in here is nonsense. No need for it. Now, if you get up here and we can take this long, we will. We're here, we're ready. We'll take this long, right? We'll miss we'll miss this right here. Too fucking bad. Right now, if it doesn't go up here, we do roll over. We're gonna be looking for places to take along. And I think I commented yesterday. I said I hope. I wasn't really hoping. This is my posit. I say things like that. I'm like, I hope this happens. The reality is, I think that between today and tomorrow, there's probably another chance to buy a dip, at least at 410, and most probable at 400. Not most probable, excuse me. Most probable you'll have a dip at 410 at some point between today and tomorrow. And there's a small chance. I'll give this one like 30% chance. How about I give this one 10%? It's 10% chance. Oh, it's 15. I'll give this one over here. I'm fucking that up. Let's give this one like a 10% chance. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's 10%. That's 20%. That's 30%. What we got there? We got 40. We got 60% chance, right? You probably have a 20% chance of us beating this today. And you probably got a 20% chance that we're going to fucking sell down below 400. I'm not giving anything to us trading higher than 420. 0. I'll give you 5%. So now we're working with 105%. Be like a 5% chance that we trade over this right fucking now. I'm honest with you. I'm like, that's a very small chance. We have about as much chance trading up here as we do as trading below here. Small. Gambling. And so if those chances are low, what does that mean? It means that I'm not willing to take this trade until we get up here. It also means I'm not willing to short below 400 unless we break through and start trading lower, right? Why? Because these are outside of our implied moves. So I'm gonna wait to confirm this move and that move. I'm not gonna be buying this stupid shit right now. And if I miss this trade right here, right, and y'all getting up here today, I'm fine with that. I don't need that money. I don't fucking need it. But I do need this down here. If I get some down here, we go up there, then I'd love that. We can do that down there. I'd love that. Something like that. I'd love that. So just have patience. Have some patience as we roll into today. Have some patience as we roll into tomorrow. Especially as a bull. And I'm going to tell you something else. If you're a bull out there and you want to take this long, patience. Just have some patience, right? Just have some patience. If you don't need the entire move up, you only need to have some confirmation, and then you catch the rest of that break. People that get burned down here, and they get burned up here. This part of the move is the sexiest part of it. This is the sexy part of that move. Okay? And we haven't seen a V-shaped recovery yet as well. We saw short covering yesterday. We saw this right here was I've taken the money and running. These are the people that said, I made all this money here. I'm good. I'm out. Does that make sense? I'm going to reset now and see if we can push it lower. Retest down below here. Retest this low once more. Retest 405. See if we get a breakthrough there. So my take on this is not what some of Twitter's is, especially bulls. I'm a fucking bull, and so you guys hear me bitch about bears all the time. You hear me bitch about bulls buying tops all the time. I think this move right here, you have some patience. You have this move right here. We knew this was here, right? This yellow line. We talked about this yellow line yesterday. Had this yellow line. Talked to you yesterday. You guys can go back and just watch them, right? I said you're going to come up here. There's a fair chance we're going to come up here and bounce off in after hours or the overnight. We did. We bounced off, right? Found more support, right? Now we're back at this resistance again, and there's still resistance above. So there's a fair chance that we're gonna encounter this resistance, then look for new support. Need new buyers to come in, not FOMO buyers. You need these kind of buyers, and you need an event to end for the market to go up. So that's kind of where I'm at right now at the market. I will wait until we confirm that we're going higher, and I like to wait this year, this FOMC meeting. You know, Jerome Powell was pretty fucking hawkish in the World Economic Summit or something like that, or bearish. I don't know if I said bullish, but he's pretty fucking bearish in that economic summit. He comes out and says some shit like that. I'm telling you, he comes out and says anything like that, anything, the market's gonna fucking burn. And I don't mean like it's gonna burn to 380 or 360, but that shit will burn down to 4. I guarantee it'll burn down to 4. And that might be where the dip buy is. Right? Just that little push down where you can get nasty. We had full market liquidation yesterday. We routed XLP. Some people were talking on Twitter saying, well, if we give up XLP, then that implies we're in a bear market. I'm like, that's bullshit. We do that all the time. You just happen to sell one of your clients that XLP is not going to get fucked up. So their clients were in XLP and it got fucked up. It's normal. It's a normal part of this market to bleed out even XLP and XLU. They're two of the last to go for the last leg or so of the capitulations in the markets. This even happened in the bull market where we're going up. You would see XLU and XLP give it up for a day or two. So I heard that shit yesterday too, and I was like, yeah, whatever. Now, are we in a bear market for the rest of the year? It would be the next question. We'll talk about that here in a few minutes. And see we're trading sideways still, right? A little bit more buyers in the market than sellers right now. Getting a little bit more action as the morning wears on here. Some decent resistance above here at 415.44 and again at 416.26. Sellers are just waiting above here, right? They're at 417 here and 418. Just waiting to come on in and start selling this market. Bears, I'm sure, are begging and hoping that we get up to 418 and 420 so they can throw some shorts on. They're begging for it. I promise, they're begging for it. They're begging for us to trade up there so they can short this down into FOMC. So yeah, that 40 points, I don't need this 40 points. You can have that 40 points. I don't need it. You can also see too, there's another key point in here, right? There's another key point in here, and that is, I mean, this is a nice basing, and this is nice basing too. See this basing, how beautiful this looks? I like seeing that right there. This is bullish, man. It's just moving. See this basing right here? Comes up, reverses straight down. False breakout right here. Boom, pushes up, boom, down. Trapped. Huge bullish-ish move up. Base. Slam it up. Take the money. Run. Roll it over. Give me just a second here. Try to load some stuff in the background. A sustain likely is unlikely or is unlikely to occur until 5-4 FOMC. Due to this volatility, large puts is unlikely to be meaningfully sold. This prevents an extended rise in equities. A break of 4,200 invokes our lower bound concept, valid until 5-4. We see substantial long-term support at 40.50 due to large open interest at 4,000. Futures are at 41.50 overnight. Highs of 41.75. Our volatility estimates remain in line with the last several days at 1.2% resistance. Lies at 4,200 to 4,210. SPY equivalent to 420, with 420.50 above there. Support shows at 410 or 4110 and 410 SPY. Following that key support is 40.51. Yesterday was quite a wild session with SPX declining 1.8% intraday. Only to stop tipping me. Okay, good job. You can subscribe. Someone didn't tip; they just subscribed. Do not tip me today. I'm trying to switch over the tipping stuff. I'm getting fucked over by PayPal right now. They want me to switch to one of their other companies, so I'm gonna have to issue some refunds and stuff like that. Well, I don't have to, but I won't. They do weird shit. They'll like keep your. They'll either give you the money in like 6 months or 18 months, or they literally keep it and shut your account down and never pay it to you, and never refund it either, because their refund rules are a very short window. So don't tip me. Futures are at 41.50 overnight, right? Our volatility estimate remains in line with last several days at 1.5% or 1.2% resistance, or we already did that. Yesterday was quite a wild session. SPX declining 1.8% intraday, only to rally 2.2% into the final hour, and closing higher at 41.55. This rally was driven by short covering in a liquid market. Key words. These are key words. Regardless of trigger. Triggers just matter more in these high IV negative gamma markets. As such, a decline retest of 410 is just as likely as a test of 420. Note, though, that everything we outlined yesterday, lower bond mechanics, 40-50 support, is still in place. Again, we highlight that big IV sellers are not going to step out today due to today's FOMC, and this limits a sustained rally. To the same point, options are quite expensive, disincentivizing large buying today. We've noticed that the buying today is light, right? Thus, a true directional move is not likely until tomorrow. Doesn't mean we won't do a true directional move today. Just says that it's not likely. While we are assigning an edge to market rally out of FOMC, market edge, this situation is different from March. Below, we've plotted short-dated IV for Qs, and you can see that we're in a backward-dated fear state. Short-dated purple dots, right, is the IV, is greater than slightly longer dated yellow. IV is currently above year-to-date heights, or highs, which makes sense given fresh QQQ lows. We've marked with a star roughly where the market was in March FOMC, down here. And we had discussed the same lower bound mechanics into that event, right? You can see where we are right now, right? Even lower. What's different here is that there is not a large options expiration off of the back of this FOMC. In March, we were getting a release of event vol tied to the FOMC statement, but also the massive kicker of huge put options expiring, invoking large charm and Vanna flows. May 20th is the next expiration of significance for the S&P 500 in the Qs, 20% of delta, which suggests that we could get a good Vanna dealer covering short hedges off of IV declines, but without a charm kicker. Dealers covering due to high time decay, thus the asterisk on the chart. To put it more plainly, we think the markets are set up for a solid rally, but this is about the resetting relief of IV, not a removal of large put positions. This arguably limits the upside fuel, but recall that the rally in March was a massive 11% from lows. Here, a sharp 5% rally places us back into the 4,400 vol trigger area, which is what we are currently sketching as an upside target. Here, I'll leave this stuff up. You guys can pause this, check some of your levels. Vol trigger is at 4,400. That's what I was thinking that it was. Not 42. Scroll through there. We'll get rid of this. So what they're trying to imply to you is that if we go over a month here, there's a vol trigger up here. What they're trying to imply to you is that there's the 20th over here. Let's see if we can make this smaller. I think the OPEX is the 20th. I could be wrong on this. Their point is you're going to expect something like this down into OPEX and then a swing higher. Something like this. So if you want to project what you're looking for, if you want to take a 450 call, you probably want to take it a week or two after OPEX and allow for the markets to trade higher, bounce off, and then make a much larger move coming into OPEX for late May. If that makes any sense. Now, as a matter of fact, I'm going to give it a better. If we're up at 440 up in here, we snap lower. You're going to be wanting to at least you want to see at least 410 hold. It's a shitty looking swing. Get this little box right here. We're looking for 440 and then a swing down. Let's say this takes like 2-3 days. Slow grind down. We could probably trade sideways in here, some kind of nonsense. People get trapped. We trade down to the 20th, and then you start to see this blast off to 450 or so. It's a really bad looking swing, but whatever. You guys get the point. I should have made it look prettier. That's terrible too. Looks awful. But you get the point, right? You get the point that we're going to go to 440. Look for some support down into 410, and then ride this up to 450. So there you go. There's your plan for May. Something like this. That's not accounting for cessation of activities in Ukraine, headline news like that. It's not accounting for the Fed saying something really whack job shit to you. But that's the implication if the Fed goes well. That's the implication if there's no really bad news out of Russia or no great news out of Ukraine, anything like that, any kind of headline news, anything that's not unknown, that would be the roadmap. Even for bears, that would be the roadmap. If everything is in situation normal into FOMC, you don't see anything crazy going on, that you're going to see some kind of a swing high or swing up into FOMC and into Friday, heading up to 440. A rejection, and then we head back down, retest 410. You don't want to give up 410, right? Maybe that is the retest of 405. And then the swing higher to 450. On a larger time frame, even if we get up here to this 450, let's say we targeted 450 into FOMC, we're coming into summertime. So if you wanted to start looking 3, 4, 5, 6 months out, I don't know what to say to you. I'm on the fence. I've got a bull count and a bear count. Either way, I think it grinds. I think it's going to grind either sideways and up or sideways and down for summer. I think summer this year is going to be a tough one. I think it's going to be tough whether you're a bull or a bear, and I think your life is going to be surrounded by lots of spreads. I think the intraday stuff is going to be lots of trapping, lots of opening and closing plays, that kind of stuff. And I don't think it really matters if it goes up and down. I think right now is if you're an investor, that looks so horrible. Look at that. I need to delete all that shit. If you believe it or not, I delete like 20 to 50% of it all the time as we move forward. But we'll look at SPY real quick. For a long, so that's a month out, right? So we're talking about May right now. And we're going to look further out here. This is SPY. We could look at ES. Doesn't really matter. Well, I guess ES does matter more. Or not matter, but it shows better. It shows better an expanded area of trading. Now, that market breadth indicator, what's important about that is it doesn't matter if the market is going up or if the market is going down. As a bull, until we change trend, we're still going down. So for the summer, you're going to have to keep that in mind. Until we change trend, any kind of trend change. And we haven't changed trend yet, right? You can see that, right? We have not changed our trend yet. We haven't changed our trend yet if we trade up here. We haven't changed trend yet, have we? We could trend like this, but we still haven't changed trend until we break out of this negative channel, right? I'm making this kind of sloppy, but this is a downward trend. So until we break out of this downward trend, and you're a bull, right? You have to say we're in a downward trend. We're in a negative channel. We haven't broken out of it yet. If you're like, hey, I'm a bull and I want to get bullish, you can't until we break out of this trend. Doesn't matter if we start going like this, sideways. Doesn't matter if we start going like this or like this, higher, whatever. But we haven't broken out of it yet. And until that happens, you can't get bullish. So as a bull, until you break out of that trend, your best plays as a bull, if that's all you do is buy dips, is to be looking for these capitulation movements over time. This is all summer long. And selling for profit above. Buy a dip, sell for profit, and you wait for the next one. You even wait for the next one if it's above, and you're just going to wait for these capitulation moments. They happen every month or two. Price doesn't matter. And you are selling for profit until the channel changes. Until you can just snap some lines like this and say, hey, look, Cap, we've broken trend. Until that happens, we're still in a downward trend. Where does the Fed put come in? Let's say we start trading down for the summer. I don't think we do. I think we trade sideways and slightly down or slightly up. We're either going to do a slow grind up or a slow grind down in the summertime, in my view. And to me, I don't really care where we go. I don't care if we trade down, I'm fine. The faster we go down, the better. The faster we get down to 360, 240, whatever, the faster we can get back to a bull market, in my view. You want to dick around with sideways all summer long, it's going to suck. You want to dick around with us going up for fucking until December and then have a fucking market crash? You're insane. The best way the best way for everybody if this works out is if we do a slow decline, hit some lower numbers, 360, 240, bounce here and there. That's probably the best solution for everybody, or at least the indexes. Even if you see some individual tickers catching bids that have been burned to the ground, okay. But the best solution, and the solution the Fed's probably working towards, is that we bring the market down slowly. We decrease demand for buying the market, make people go away and do something else, And then they restart the market back up again once it hits some real low numbers. Well, on the other side, you got bears saying we're gonna burn this shit down. I don't know why you'd want to do that. It wouldn't be pretty. Nice, slow, steady decline. 1 to 3 years, a little bit of resetting going on. That's probably the best thing to happen. That's the best possible outcome. And that appeases both bears and bulls for a longer term growth. If you're a bull out there and you fucking want to see 6,000 right now, all you're asking for is a crash at some point. That's all you're asking for, like a severe crash. If you're a bear and you want a market crash today, they would have to make a market today if we had a market crash. So I'm not in agreement with the bulls, and I'm not in agreement with the bears on this. Slow and steady, sideways and down, couple capitulation moments, a bloodbath or two here and there. Seems like the idea. Here, you got to cool this off. This is insano. You have to cool this off. You know what I'm saying? Got to cool some of this off down here. Gotta get it down here a little bit. But I think they should take some time doing it too. I don't think that they want to crash it. And I don't think they're gonna. And this is gonna be important to the FOMC meeting. I think he's bullish. If you guys want to know my personal take, I think he's not gonna be as hawkish. You see a little sneaky Pete's up here? I think he's gonna be bullish. Or not bullish. There's an argument to be made that he's going to save the credit markets and let the equity market burn. I don't know. I agree with the statement that if you break 4,000 this week, that you could see aggressive selling, panic selling. I don't think they allow that. Do I think we can break 4,000? Yes, but I don't think it's something that they're going to know. I think if we break 4,000, it's going to be something that triggers it that we missed. Or they missed. Or some guy in the currency market said they never listened to me. Or some banker said they didn't listen to me. I think if they intentionally drop it to below 4,000 like this week, I think is kind of insano. I don't think that the Fed's mandate is to protect the markets. It's not to trigger a mass selling event. It's not their job. So if they can keep it like 4,000 in FOMC tomorrow, they're going to attempt to prop up the credit market, be neutral in their statements, and you're going to get the morose. I don't think you're going to get the bullish Fed chair, but I don't think you're going to get the hawkish one either. I think you're going to get like middle of the road, neutral. I think the QT thing is not going to be as aggressive as you think it is. I don't think it's in the equities market. I think you're going to see the money flow stay in the system, in the credit markets, in the currency markets. Tail risk, though. Let's talk about some tail risk. When you're trying to get bullish out there on this market in a macro sense, right? You got to understand there's some things going on in the background. You've got third, fourth world countries right now that are falling into deep recessions and depressions. You have commodities and goods, manufactured goods, right? These aren't all commodities. There's two tails of the commodities market. There's like the wheat commodities market, gas commodities market, right? But then there are materials for manufactured goods for people like us that we consume that there's less demand for down the road in futures. We're pricing in right now in futures for manufactured goods less demand. And when you start to look at our ports, and some of the ports don't have or container ships because Shanghai is closed. But when you look at the futures of what's expected, the needs that are going to be expected, they're going to drop and get lower and lower. So over time, right, some of these macroeconomic things are going to come bite us in the ass. So you're going to see our market, where you're going to
UK
see
Debt Management Office to sell $2.25 billion sterling of 0.875% green gilts on May 10th.
You're going to see demand for housing go down. You're going to see demand for commercial building space go down. You're going to see demand for goods go down. You're going to see it. You're going to see. You saw. What did Amazon say the other day? Amazon said we built too many buildings. We're going to start laying people off. That's what they said the other day, right? So these companies are pricing and anticipating a weaker economy in the next 1, 2, 3 years. So there's no reason for us not to trade this market down over the next 2, 3 years, and there's no reason for the Fed not to support it as it trades down. They should, and they will. But I don't think the Fed put is here at 360. I think it's lower. I think they'll support markets at soft landing, right? That's what we always hear, soft landing. So if we get too low, we're down at 440. They're going to support the market into this FOMC. That's not a support, though, that's going to be, hey, we're going to all-time highs. It's support so that you feel comfortable with 440. You can trade, or not 440, 400. You feel comfortable down here at 400. We can trade 400 to 450. And then we'll trade it down to, believe it or not, 380. And then we'll trade it down to 360. Then we'll trade it down to 340. People, well, I can agree with people can disagree if we go lower than 360, but 240, 260, somewhere in there would not shock me if it gets worse in 3 years. If it's just a year or two, not so bad. But I don't think it's crazy to think that the market's going to trade down sideways and down over the next couple of years, or they're going to attempt to do that. Let's make a key difference here. They're going to attempt to do that, and along the way, you'll get some large sells. You'll get some violent sell-offs. So if you're a bull out there, your plan has changed. your plan is you're going to be sticking around with guys like me, and you're going to be looking for those moments where we capitulate. Happens almost every month and a half, and you're going to get your kick-ass buying opportunity. If you want to throw 10% of your money at some put spreads, every time we come to a top, you just throw some put spreads on there, dated a month and a half out, and you'll print. Don't look at your computer. That's going to be the easiest way to trade this market. Easiest way to trade this market, truly, is going to be put spreads at the tops, call spreads at the bottoms. You could buy some zero dates. Jill Netto loves buying call dates when we capitulate down here. I agree with that. I do it. I buy zero dates. But this is a trader's market. I agree this is a trader's market, and I made some good money in this market, but I don't think most investors are, and I don't think most traders are. I think like swing traders are getting fucked up. I shouldn't say even swing traders. I think most traders are getting fucked up. Most investors are getting fucked up in this market. And I have a hard time believing that even bears, to an extent, are doing well in this market. I think timing, even on the short side, the short side or the long put side, is still a challenge for even a lot of bears out there. I think this market. I get DMs all the time from people, whether they're bull or bear, saying I'm not having fun in this market. I'm blowing up accounts in this market. So I think this market for a lot of investors and traders is going to require patience. That's what I really think. I think that you're looking for like capitulation moves to take along. I think you're looking for some screaming rips in the market for you to take a short. I think you can get your ass blown out in this market if you're a bear. And they just said that this morning, right? They said, and you saw this and I agreed with this on Twitter. A bear market involves a lot of crazy rips. Multiple people said it yesterday. You saw a 100-point move yesterday in an hour. In 1 hour, right? You saw a 100-point move. Last week, you saw a 100-point move, I think. I think it was 100 points in an hour. That's fucking 20% move. Not 20. Sorry, excuse me. A 2% move or 1% move in an hour, and then a 1% move in an hour. You saw it here, right? You can see it right here. One giant one right here.
Chilean Finance Ministry pegging their 2022 GDP growth at 1.5%. That's Chile.
I talked to you about the crash in 2020 in March. I said to you, I don't think a fuck ton of you were in that crash. I'm like, dude, there was a 10% swing in that crash. And I don't care who you are. If you're a bear and you're fucking you're in that crash and you see a 10% up a move, 10%, you're gonna capitulate. You're gonna fucking pull your shorts and your puts, and you're not gonna continue to hold. So, you know, like, you're going to see that in this market. You're going to see in this market, you know, slow grinds down and huge moves up. Right? You saw right here. Boom, there's one right there, right? Boom, right there. This will fuck a bear up in 2 seconds. These two moves right here, I don't care who you are out there. It takes a talented, well-disciplined bear to not get fucked up and shit like this.
And gold futures holding near the highs of the day, probing new highs here at 1878, up about $14 or 0.75%.
So the key here would be, if you're a bear,
silver up 1.25% today.
These are some beautiful fucking
Chilean
shorts down
Finance
here.
Ministry saying they expect 2022 average foreign exchange rate at 811 pesos per dollar.
We're getting to the end of this one, believe it or not. So if you're a bear, you're probably gonna, if I was a bear in this market, I'd fucking pack it up and wait for this. This is what I'd be waiting for. If I was a bear, I'd be like, fuck it, I'm done. I'll be back in a month. I don't know when we get here, but we're gonna get here. And when we do, I'm gonna short the fuck out of it. If I was a bear, that's what I'd be telling myself. I'm done. Wrap it up. Go home. And even if we trade it down below here, 380, let's say, what do you care? It's coming back up here. And this is where the next sexy short is. It's probably like 440, 450. I'd start putting the shorts on, or long puts on. Put spreads up here. Fucking beautiful idea. 438, 450. ABC entries up here. Right? Start rolling into this stuff over here. Just look for the next one to take it down in the summertime. Seems at this point seems responsible. Seems rational. So if you're a bear, this is a great fucking trade. Kick ass. No, the market doesn't just keep going down. And I'll tell you what, if the market does go down below 400, I promise you, you're going to see a 10% move up. You're going to get trapped. So if you're a bear, probably better to sit this one out. Maybe go long down here at some point. The probability is down here that you're going to take a nice fat long higher. There's another probability of a long opportunity in end of May. And probably a good short opportunity into end of May. If we get a ripper here next couple days, today, tomorrow, whatever, and you're a bear, you want to take another.
This Fonterra auction data, global dairy trade price index dropping 8.5%, whole milk powder price index falling 6.5%.
You might get a good short or long put position week or two. And then the big one, of course, for you is going to probably be after the OPEX for May. Probably get a nice juicy put spread there if you're a bear. If you're a bull, you're looking for bottoms down here. You're looking for events to roll off. Get an event tomorrow. Looking for this event to roll off. And you pick your poison. Call spread right here works. Call spread down here works. Do a call spread that's in the money over here. Do a call spread that's to 430, 440 over here. For like, I don't know, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Should print. Fair chance of it printing, unless you get a really nasty Fed meeting or speech tomorrow. Presser. The only thing I'll tell you about tomorrow's meeting is, or today and tomorrow's meeting, is that tomorrow when they do the pressers, the beginning of them can sound one way, or if they sound dovish, if any bad questions come out, you'll sometimes see one quick trigger below and then a move higher. You'll see that they usually keep the reporters that ask the real questions until the end. How are y'all doing this morning? Yeah, I'll read that off to you again on the milk pricing. Fonterra Global Dairy Trade Auction Dairy Trade Price Index minus 8.5% versus minus 3.6% prior. Average winning auction price 44.19 versus 48.55 prior. Total volume of dairy products sold. Quantity, or they're not giving me their full number. Oh yeah, total volume of dairy products sold. Quantity sold in MT 25,167 versus 22,179 prior. Just keep on your macro sensibilities about the market, right? You're gonna expect some weakness in the market heading down the road. Not the market, the economy, mixing those two up. In the economy, you're going to expect some weakness down the road, 1 to 3 years. The market, I don't think it matters if it trades up. Now, macro market, I don't think it matters if the market trades up and grinds higher and then has a black swan event in a year or two. I don't care if the market trades sideways and down and then we don't have a black swan event. We just have some huge capitulation moments. Either way, the safest trade the next year, as the market develops, whether it trades sideways and down or melts up, the safest trade for you as a bull is going to be these capitulation moments. When we have them, they're usually once a month, once every month and a half, once every 2 months. You can buy those in safety. If you're a bear, you know where you can short. You know where you can take a long put, right? You can see it clear as day in a chart. It's been sitting there for how many months? Since November. It's April or May, right? We're in May now. Not too hard. Not too hard to figure it out. Start thinking about at 4:30. Start getting more aggressive at 4:40. Start really getting crazy up here. Take this next leg down. Look for some confirmation. Enough time on put spreads over here, then weeklies, then dailies, and 0 dates for the next leg down.
U.S. to sell $30 billion in 8-week bills on May 5th, settling May 10th. Also selling $35 billion in 4-week bills.
Some decent resistance above right now at 417. Looks like the SPY is going to try to retest this a second time. Sellers above at 420 as well. Another price target above a 425. Lots of FOMO buyers at this 425. They wanted that this morning. Got 430 above. This one's pretty big, actually, 435. That's a point to note up here. And 440 is the vol trigger. Very much up here.
We're 30 minutes now. 30 minutes to the European cash close. The FTSE 100 continues to lag a bit today, but again, it is playing catch up after being out for holiday yesterday. It's down 0.2%. The CAC Kron is up 0.4%. The DAX is up 0.2%. U.S. equity markets continue to hover right around the unchanged mark. The VIX at 3107. A bit of a calming here for U.S. equity trade ahead of the FOMC decision, which is now a little more than 24 hours away.
A little bit of calming in the market. A little bit of trade sideways.
S&P futures saw a high so far in the session, up around 41.76. We're currently 41.56 in the low, pre-market low of 41.29. Dollar index down about 0.25%. Gold futures trading higher by about 0.75% today.
Yeah, put the CPI data on my chart. They don't want to see the CPI data, do they? Do they, Winky? I know we're gonna get that hot ass CPI print. right, I'm going to take a quick break here. I'm going to take a quick break. It's 11 o'clock. I'm going to be back here at 11:30. I'm going to leave Trade the News on for you. The options flow is on inside of Discord. I'll be back in a half hour. I got to take a quick break, take a piss. I've been drinking coffee and water all morning long. I'm not anticipating much today. I'll be honest with you. I'm not anticipating. I don't know. These don't look bullish to me. These look like sideways days, or this does so far at least. No, CPI is going to be surprisingly great. Yeah, I look at it. So my due diligence every morning includes Elliott wave theory. It includes market breadth and market profile, or volume profile, excuse me. I don't post it a lot as much as I used to. I used to spend more time in the morning with you guys and show you some of that stuff. But I look at that as well. I do a bull count and a bear count, but I do not use them I'd use them as a tool only. I don't use them as my. We'll go over that. When I get back at 11:30, we'll go over it. So sometimes people ask how I do my due diligence. We'll go over it one more time, how I layer it, and I know some of you heard me say it 20 times. So we'll talk about that as well at some point this morning. So for anyone new joining me, and
more from the Chilean Finance Ministry saying they're pegging their 2023 annual CPI at 3.6%. with GDP at 0.4%. More from the Chilean Finance Ministry is updating some of their forecasts for this year and next.
Had a friend talking to me yesterday after the bell on the phone, and he said, it's really weird, Cap. He goes, I watch all these nighttime videos. He goes, and a lot of these guys, they come out with, like all these complicated technical charts. And I tried to trade using what they published on YouTube, and I lost all my money. And that's kind of my take, is that I reference Elliott wave theorists because people trade to that. Hedge funds trade to that. So there's influence there in the market. There's going to be people looking for specific numbers, believe it or not, and specific moves in the market. They're going to enter and exit the market at certain places based upon Elliott wave theory. There are people that trade using just basic candlestick chart patterns. People are like, those don't work. I'm like, I still chart using those basic setups. Now I layer all that stuff. So I'll start charting just a candlestick chart. I'll chart a candlestick chart. That's my baseline. Then from there, especially SPY, right? Candlestick chart, basic setups. You'll be shocked. Second one, move on over to Elliott wave, distribution, accumulation. Wick off, right? Then I'm looking at market profile, volume profile. Have my own script for it in Thinkorswim. Check that every day. Then I'm over there looking at traditional. Believe in the candlestick charting. I publish even on Twitter traditional support and resistance levels, swing high, swing low levels. Previous closes I'm looking for, right? Previous lows, previous highs, month end, right? And then on top of all that, we're looking at gamma levels, volatility levels. And then on top of all that, we're looking to see if any of this matches up to traditional charting. And then when you're looking at traditional charting with those cool tools behind you, you can look for, hey, is that a fake bull flag? Is that a real bull flag? Does it match up with market profile? Does it match up with what these Elliott waivers are saying? Where's the confirmation at that we're actually going higher? What's the bull counts that'll prove that to these Elliott waivers? So if you have all those tools in your tool chest, and then you come out in the day of that you're trading or taking along, you're then confirming it in real time. I confirm it using Bookmap because it's got the best data out there. It's telling me where resistance is, telling me where support levels are, telling me where to take the market to. So you add all those things together, and then you get, instant information from the market telling you what is really going on, right? Where's resistance? Is that 417 over here, right? Where's next resistance, right? How much liquidity in these buyers is there? How many sellers are there above? Are the sellers being pushed up right now? Are the sellers being aggressive here? Are there no sellers here? How high are the sellers? Right? Where are they making a stand in the market in real time? If you break through these sellers here, where are we going to next? So yeah, we had all those things in, and then by the time I get here with you guys in the daytime, I'm of course then you're looking at sentiment from retail traders, market sentiment from news organizations, headline news, and then you're planning out your day. $419.59 up here, 420.12. If you're long the market, keep an eye where we are currently right now. You got 418.34, 419.34, 419.85. These sellers are slightly weak. Keep an eye on the right-hand side. If you see this move up to 100,000, you'll see if they pop in and start getting aggressive on the sell side. Creating a nice support down here at 416. I'll be right back. It's 11:10 in the morning. Lots of calls coming in right now on the SPY, on GM. SPY calls May 4th, 420C. About $2 million split up, maybe even $3 million on the SPY. Good push right now on the SPY.
Mosaic on their conference call, noting the expected tight agricultural market beyond this year. Michael Oscar Sierra.
I'll be back at 11:30 to come. I think no, I said 11:30, but that was like 10 minutes ago. So I'll be back at 11:40. I'll leave trade the news on for you. Upper bound should be roughly 420. It looks like it's a little bit lower right now. It's like 419.50, somewhere in there. We'll take one more quick look. If we continue to trade higher, I'm going to have a price target of 419.47, unless you see buy or sellers pushed higher to that 420 mark above. To note, there were FOMO buyers this morning targeting, you can see it right there, 419.92. There were FOMO buyers this morning buying 425C as well. And then there was some more addition at 420C. I'll be back at 11:30, I think, just about 20 minutes. I always like when we do this. I always like when we make these charts and we stab right through the bears. I always like when we do this right here. We draw on the bears and we stab them right in the heart. Sorry, bears. I still love you.
So the U.S. Supreme Court issued a statement saying yesterday's leaked report is authentic. The court going on to say that the draft paper does not represent the final position of members.
Just a note here. This is very bullish here. It's very nice. I like seeing this. Lots of calls coming into the market right now. Just be aware. We did this yesterday, and we rolled it all the way down. I'm not saying that's going to happen today, but just be aware of it as we trade today. 420 above. I was within a pin strike. 1 penny. I'm going to move this 416.69 down slightly more to 46. Also expanded the megaphone here if you're bullish for dip buys down below. Also keep note of VWAP. Nice dip buys down below VWAP here. You want to be looking for support down here if it rolls. There'll be your A down here. Your VWAP's down here. You'd make this your B. Somewhere in here. AB, and this would be your stop loss down here, of course. Stop loss is down here if you're bullish. Price target above is 420. And you can measure this 418 to 420. You can see the sellers are up here right at 420. This is actually slightly higher. 420.72, believe it or not. 419.72. You can see them a little bit better right here. 420.53. So we can even push a little bit higher. We got 420, but then we've got 420.53. For 420.53. You want to see this 418 break here. There is some resistance here and here. This is like a small intraday volatility zone in here. You want to see this break so we can move up to this next level. If we can't, there should be a roll down here somewhere. I don't even like buying this in here, to be honest with you. I don't even know if I'd make that A. It says that there's buyers there, but you know what? There's probably going to be a rug pull. Defend this trend line up. And if this trend line breaks, of course, you're going to be heading down to B. This is kind of like your sell the world down here. Also note that the sellers are starting to move down a little bit. You can start to see them creeping in up here at 420. They're starting to creep in. There's a wolf up there hiding. See him right here. He's up in here somewhere. Big bad guy. He's up in here. Angry old man. Look at him over here. He's got an evil face.
We're 5 minutes or so here to the European cash equity close. European markets near the highs of the afternoon there, as U.S. stock markets are at session highs. 4188 in the S&P minis up 0.9%. The Dow more than 200 points, and the DAX looks to be finishing the day at more than 0.5% along with the CAC Corona.
In a sex accident. Yeah, he's up here high, and he's somewhere up in this, or not that low. He's up, not that low. He's up here. He's just hiding up in here. It's 420, 54ish. So if you're long here, just be aware. Let's see if we can show him right there. See him right up in here. One of the good things is he's being pushed up even higher. So this is 420.71. So the bears are getting pushed up here for sure. They're falling. The bears are retreating somewhat over here. So this 420.54, it's now expanding to 72. Somewhere in here. So the resistance was like in here, right? Light resistance, and then there was heavy resistance right at 420, but they're backing up higher now. So that means the point being is, rather than this being top, that this could possibly be higher. If this is top or was top, it looks like you might be able to get up in here, one big tag, and then come back down. Just one more quick market warning. We need to get this out of the way. Wasn't even paying attention. Hang tight here. Just to an extent here. So I run a VIX chart on two different computers. So I gotta have to update the one that I show you guys. Okay, so on this VIX chart right here, just be careful as we're coming to this top over here. You got this. Just keep your eyes on the VIX. Come down here, right? Probably gonna at some point, at least, even if we don't slap up higher, just be conscious of even if it breaks. Just be conscious down here. There should be at least some kind of volatility and SPY with where we are. I don't know if it's going to break up higher. I don't know if it's going to fall off. But regardless, where we are right now on the SPY, you can see that there's some support here. I want you to see this right here. Right, found some support. Went back out to find out if this is where they wanted to be. Came up. Coming back down to that same level of support right here. Could be another check down below. But be careful of this as we head into tomorrow. Also, remember, we're still up at 30 here. 30 is to be expected heading into FOMC. I wasn't paying attention to it just a minute ago, and then I was like, oh, shit. I was like, so even this tap up in here. This nice tap above here, 418.55. You could end up seeing some consolidation down in here as the VIX consolidates and decides where it's going here. Just be conscious of the VIX right now where we're at. If you're gonna, you see some consolidation here, and then move higher. If the VIX decides it wants to go up, you're gonna definitely see a move lower. for support down around this area, 415 or so. 416.45. It looked like there's some buyers there, but I don't trust this as real support.
European bourses wrapping up trading for the day. The FTSE up 0.1%, German DAX up 0.6, and the CAC up 0.6 as well.
No stream technical difficulties. I was leaving this up here for you guys to watch. As you can see, it break back down here. Taking a quick break here. See where support is down below. Real support's down below here at 416, slightly above VWAP. You can see it on the right hand side here. It's right in this vicinity here. This comes swooping up. First dip buys down here at A. This is kind of like your. I said this B is probably B at VWAP and then C down here. Could probably move this up to VWAP over here and draw C. I should have added that in ABC. AB, wherever VWAP comes up. It's pretty good sellers. There's like a monster up here hiding at 420 to 420.76. Move that over. It's like 416 somewhere in here. And this kind of matched up to that 416.50. This is another layer here. Back here, there were some buyers down here at 416.50. We'll probably move this up. This view up will keep coming up. Do somewhere in ABC dip buy. Could be another move up still. I mean, if there's still room to run up on this VIX here, like $28, there's still a chance that it's weird how it doesn't show up on my chart. But it's down here. There's a little bit more room to squeeze up here. Be looking for the VIX to sell down at 28.86 or so. This is a place though of, we've spent a lot of time down here at this 30.12. So if it does start to trade sideways a little bit, you'll see some resistance on the SPY. You guys like mood music? I'll put some mood music on. Hold on. Hold on 1 second here. I'll put some mood music on. Give me just a second. Yeah, let me know in the background what you think. I don't normally put it on. I like trade the news on. I could put some low background music that's very low. I can adjust the sound volume of just like real quiet in the background if you prefer it. You'd be able to hear trade the news over it for sure. Probably some jazz of some kind, some chill jazz, piano jazz or something in the background. But I've got copyright-free music. I'll wait to another broadcast. I'll test it out and you guys see what you think. Because I don't want to play anything that you're not going to like. Yeah, I don't like... Okay, so no music. I don't like the music on because I figured if you guys want to play your own jams in the background, it kind of fucks. I mean, all of y'all have your own music styles out there. I don't like the music in the background typically. I like to hear Trade the News, me talking, and then put my own jams on in the background on another device or something. I'm kind of forcing you to listen to my music. Meanwhile, you guys can, like, you know, do your jam in the background. Catching a nice bid in the SPY still watching more SPY calls come in right now. They're just keep rolling in. Nice large contracts. All for the 4th of May. Lots of bulls just stepping in with short dated calls for tomorrow. Pretty substantial too. I'm on the options flow right now, so if you guys want to check that out real quick. Tesla's got 5 orders for $6.7 million on it. Some pretty chunky orders for 5.6, 5.20, 5.27. This bolsters Tesla, believe it or not, seeing these calls. SPY has 16 orders on it, $4.3 million. Not a ton of money, but a nice breadth to them. My only concern here is that they're all for tomorrow's expiry. They're all kind of in the money, 420, 420, some 425s. And at the opening bell this morning, there was a lot of 425s from HFTs. It makes me wonder about tomorrow with bid coming into the market too, all kinds of tickers. All kinds of individual tickers catching a bid today. Not big money, all small money, 100,000, 200,000, 600,000.
Bank of Mexico board member indicating that price control only works over the short term.
I'm not really paying too much attention to individual tickers today. Sometimes
Bank of Mexico's Heath saying price controls can only work over the short term.
Individual tickers. RK's been getting a bid, I think, past couple days. But I haven't been paying attention to it. My only focus right now is the Fed meeting. The Fed meeting can turn this whole market upside down. I'm not a bear here, but my whole trade here is based on the Fed meeting. The bid on SPY, the only thing I could say I don't like on it is that they expire tomorrow. They're all 5-4 calls. Whenever I see that there's like another day left on those calls, the market makers at some point will try to fucking burn them down. So I'll look for an opening in those calls at some point between today and tomorrow if I can get it. We're kind of kicking around up here at 418.16 looking for acceptance. There is some nice support forming here at 417. This is nice to see here. Like seeing this 417. See this right here, intraday support. I don't like the idea of trading below it to 416 or even VWAP or even there's a lot of space down here to fall, right? You can see all this space down here. And 410 is real support. Kind of just hanging out up here. Nothing holding us up except for right where we are. But this is kind of nice here to see. Starting to see some resistance form above as well. Real sellers above here at 419.50. Just be conscious as we get closer to this 420 that the market can roll.
More from Bank of Mexico's Heath saying it's okay to think outside the box on policies to address inflation.
Just be careful as we get up in here. This is a place to take profit and then make a re-entry at 420. Talk about this in this channel often. We're going to talk about it right now again because I keep hearing, or I saw someone in chat saying if we get above 420, we could go to 430 real quick. No one cares. Like, not you saying that, but no one should care. We knew yesterday down here the price target above was 418. We knew here, we said that, right? Price target's 418 and 420, right? We're going to get up to 418, 420. We just retested it here in cash market, 418.93. Not quite 420, but even if we do get to this 420 above, what you do up in these zones, when you start trading up in here, you take profit off the table, and you literally wait until we create new support above 420 for a trade higher from there. You don't take the trade from 405 up to 419 or even 420 and say I'm diamond handing all this shit up to 430. You just don't do it. It's not enough money. You don't want your money taken away. You take the money off the table, trade it up to from level to level, and then you look for a breakthrough. This area here, we get into these areas, these new levels. How I always compare it to is you're waiting for a bank, someone with real money, right, to break us through here, do the hard work for you, and then you pick it back up once it's found help to push you up. Same thing works on support levels too. Right, if you start trading down here, I don't think this is top, but if it is top, you're looking for some support, right? Something that's becoming support. Looks like 417 is becoming some form of support, but you're looking for some support to buy on. Same thing in resistance levels. You don't just buy it in the middle of wherever when you're catching knives. You want to be catching knives on where it looks like there's some support. You can see it down here too, kind of hiding down here. There's some buyers down here at 417, 16, 416-ish, 416 down here. So if you're a buyer, let's say you're already long, you're like, hey, I'm going to wait until it gets down to 416 if you want to be adding to your position. And you also know that if this breaks this 416, that you could be led lower down to 415 and you've got nothing below it holding you up. This is just a vacuum down here. This is the magnet down to 410. So you have stop losses somewhere down here at 415.02. And you can see those as they're expressed here in the chart. This is 415. This is your C. This is your A on this 416
More from
here.
Heath saying the Mexican government is within its right to implement price controls.
ABC. Profits.
And that the Bank of Mexico can only offer opinions and advice.
Or stop loss, I should say, right down in here. Because you're going to wind up going down, and then boom, that's where the bears take over. Boom, and they're on it. Well, also watching a nice bid on TLT this morning. TLT April 21st, 119C, $724,000. I haven't checked in on HYG today. Got the whole HYG crowd out there begging the Fed to support. Can I get some change? That's what HYG is saying. Because they're shaking their cup out, telling you can't cut them off. They're catching a bid this morning. TLT is as well. TLT is also forming a bull flag of kinds here. VIX starting to find some support down here at 3012. Some nice dip buys coming up here. 417.15, 416.61, and 415.68. Pretty decent bid in there too. There's a bid down here, 570, 628, 448 down here in this bid. Pretty strong right where we are right now. 417.46, pretty decent bid. Right in here right now, it's pretty good.
Reportedly, Apple hiring a former Ford veteran to ramp up its car project. Previously, Desi Ujkerchevek had served as the Ford safety engineering director.
See if this is the pump. It's a nice push to get it up there. They're weak bids down here. These aren't even strong bids down here. Right here is where the bidding is. Some nice bidding right in here. So you're going to push higher here, try to retest these upper bounds. 419.48. For 2019. It's kind of the do or die spot for the Bulls. Want to say a good push. See if the Bulls can push it up there and grab that 420. Yeah, explain how to read it. There's some things to be looking for. I'm looking for there's numbers over here that are showing how many puts and calls are being bought. And my hero indicator is not working today. I'm not quite sure why. I was on hero support this morning. They tend to put you on hold, and you wind up being talking to them for like fucking 2 hours. Sometimes there's live support, and sometimes they're too busy. This morning was they were too busy. I was trying to figure out what was going on with Hero. So I don't have our Hero indicator going, but down here below here, this is showing the buy sells, right? We're trending up right now. This yellow line would show you if we got more puts than calls or more calls than puts. I can assure you that right now we have more calls than puts in the market. Not a huge bid, but decent. But we're in a low volume day today at this moment, so the bulls are somewhat winning at this point. The day. I haven't seen a switch to the put side at this point. It looks like there's a concerted effort to get up here to 419.50, 420ish. You can see on the right hand side here, this is how it says 103,000. See how it moves ups and down, and you'll also see a wave here. You'll also see when you see less green on the right hand side, more red, it means sellers are in charge. When you see the green swoop up, that means buyers, more liquidity is in the market, right? You also want to be looking for how many contracts are out there, how many buy at this price or at this ask are out there, right? Or limit buys. I want to buy the SPY at 417.50, or I want to buy it lower. There's some concentration of contracts below, or at least at 416, right? When I say that there's no depth to book down here, you can see that there's no buyers down here until you get to 410, right? No buyers in here. You don't want to see like 416 break. These balls here also show you how many buyers to sellers there are. And then I'll spread this out and in so I can get a clearer picture of where the top is. I also want to see if buyers are getting, or sellers are getting pushed up, or if sellers are pushing down. If you watch this long enough, you'll be able to see that you'll see pumping from bulls buying or HFTs or algos buying. But other times you'll see bears pushing down, and you'll see that the bears have control when they're pushing down. You'll see bulls have control when they're pushing up, right? Trying to get to a certain price target. Normally be putting this all together with the hero indicator. So I called them this morning, not called them, I got on support this morning. But I was having like fucking, dude, when you talk to those guys, it's like an hour. It's always an hour with them. Or if they're not there, you send them an email and it's 3 hours later, they get back to you. But even without that information, we have other places to look at that information that's not visualized. So you can see the sellers building up above, right? Kind of evenly matched right now. You can see down below on the right-hand side, CVD buyers and sellers. You want to see if you're bottoming and you see lots of volume come into the market. That's a bottoming. It's telling you that we're bottoming. We're not going to keep going. You want to be looking for volume, of course, in terms of going up or down. Low volume days, and if we're bullish, have a tendency that we can make large moves on those days, right? You can see if I just reset the chart that we still have more buyers here. Buyers are in control right now, down to 415.20 on the market, right? Supports at 417 or so. You'll see waves of red come in to push down the buyers, but buyers are in control. Even though we're sitting here looking like we're bearish, buyers are in control right now. Price target above is 419.50. Upper bounds 420.33 or so. This is where they're waiting right above here. And this information changes, right? You'll see we'll be sitting here in support, but you'll see a big red wave come down. And that means they're trying to break through support. This is bullish where we are right now, if you guys have any context. This chart is showing you that we're bullish right now. And then I'll scroll over little parts here and look for, what's the volume down here? How many bids are down here? You see how they get weaker as we come down, right? 375,
We're just past the
294.
top of the noon hour here in New York. U.S. stock market's holding near the highs. 230-point gain in the Dow,
baby.
about a 40-handle
Push it.
gain in the S&P at 4196, pushing back towards the 4200 mark. We're a little less than 24 hours now from the FOMC rate decision. The U.S. 10-year yield, after briefly topping 3% both yesterday and today,
Nice
the head of the U.S. cash equity open, we're at 293, down about 5 from where we closed yesterday. The 210 spread holding around 25 basis points.
Beautiful little trade.
Dollar index remains modestly lower, down about 0.25%. Crude futures are down about 1 1/3%.
The old baby arm hook.
The VIX at 30.43, down about 6%.
Beautiful little. We could measure this, but probably tell you it's probably going to go right here, 419 or 420. We don't need to measure it. It's going to 420.
More commentary from Potash Management saying they expect it will take up to 4 years for potash deficit to catch up with demand.
At all this
Michael
stuff.
Oscar Sierra.
Damn it. Go sit down, Benny. As we trade towards 419 or so or 420, we're going to look to see if these sellers are strong or if they're weak. So here's the rest of it. So as we trade up here, so this is what you're looking for if you're trading this market, right? You're looking to find out well, first of all, you're looking to find out how high can I take this before I take my money and run. Second thing you're looking for is, do these sellers get pushed higher, right? If we come up here and they push themselves up to 421 or 422. So before you take your profit here, you're looking to see if they're pushed higher. The third thing you're looking for is, if they're not being pushed higher, are they meeting you here to reject? So as we trade up here, right, we're trading up to this 419.50. You're going to be looking for our waves of sellers coming down. If there aren't and the bulls are pushing up, you'll actually see the resistance trade higher. You'll start to see these red lines come into play. Let's say above here now to 420. They were at 420 just a moment ago. Now they're above at 421. So if you're able to push the sellers back and not have them come sweeping in, you can hold your long position to break through resistance. Right now it's about even. Right now top looks like what we're calling it, right? 419.50, 420, somewhere in here. We're going to wait and see if you can see them. Now you're seeing 130s and 120s and 110s. They're putting up a fight as we get up to this resistance. Now, do I think we're going to 419.50 or 420? More than likely. Do I think we're breaking past 420? Probably not. If we could trade higher, 420.50, we could push the bears back a little bit more, 422 or so. But even if we get up here, there's a lot of resistance to us. This is that whole thing that we talked about, is the escape velocity that we need. We need to have some Fed decisions, some Fed pressers for an escape velocity type event. And there's also no reason. You might not own the market, but there are huge hedge funds, huge banks that own the market. They own the SPY. They own tons of it. And so they're going to leave that protection on heading into tomorrow in case they don't care. They've had them on the entire time. They'll hold them to the event in case there is a market break. That's why they hold them, to protect themselves. They can sell their stock at 400 if we crash through it. They can monetize the puts and their shorts that they have on the market in case there's bad news. So as a bull, you're not going to do this escape velocity. Like as a day trader, you're not going to get out of this until something leaks, or if in case something leaks or some news that we don't know that they know, or there's bad news or good news. Don't worry too much about this trip falling off here. You got a couple more opportunities down here. You got A, you got B down here to add to your position, then you got C down here. And you'll see your buyers right here, 416.80. There are buyers there. You're being led lower somewhat with this 415, 414.50. But you're still on support here. Diamond hands, bulls. Shit, hold on. Where's that? Here goes your VWAP coming up now. Bears are getting all, oh yeah, break support, baby. Death knell. Bears want to see a huge break here. Man, that's ugly. I wouldn't have wanted to got caught in that. No trades at all today right now. I'm waiting to place a pretty substantial trade. Bouncing around on VWAP down here. You can see that all these dips are bought. 1 dip, 2 dips, 3 dips. Coming into some VWAP here. And then right down below, this is the rest of that VWAP down here. Let's see if this B gets bought. If this B doesn't get bought, you would hope that you'd get that VWAP buy to keep the day bullish. Doesn't turn bearish until we break through that support here. Then you'd want 1, 2, bam. If you're a bull, this is what or a bear. That's what you're looking for. If you're a bear, you're looking for break of support, right? You want to see the bulls just hoping and begging it's coming back. Rejection, 1, 2, and then that's where you pick this up if you're a bear. You want some confirmation. And then we'll take that down to 410. Otherwise, this is just dip buying for bulls. If you're trapped as a bull right now and you're all scared out there, you're like, oh no, Cap, I'm getting fucked up right now. More than likely, you'll have a chance. It's still a bullish context, so more than likely, you'll have at least one more chance to get out if you're then turning bearish. So I wouldn't sell. I'm not recommending. This is not financial advice. But if I was bullish here, but I'm scared now, I wouldn't like scare sell down here or even down here. I'd be waiting for at least one more pull up higher, or at least one more here. Then you can cut your shit loose and get out of there. Wrong place normally to be selling. Normally, not always. Normally, wrong place to be selling if you're bullish. We already said down below that stop losses are down here, right? Or stops are down here for bulls. Bears already know this, just so you know. Bears know that if they take it down here, you're more than likely going to cut your losses and then it'll come back up screaming higher. So make sure your stops, make sure you're counting for that down here. If you're a bear, That's the same thing, right? They could trade it down here, cut the stops, and then they run it up again. So bears want to be looking for the sell to trigger stop losses, the rejection, confirmation, boom, down. Bulls, you know how it gets down here. Yesterday, the same thing. we traded this. We traded this yesterday. I think I bought them like 13 cents or something. They came down to 5 cents. So what did I do? I fucking kept loading the fucking boat down here. I was like, oh, 5 cents? Fuck it. Let's throw them in there. Fucking nice dope ass average cost. And then we went to the fucking moon. Like literal fucking moon. 60-cent fucking calls. Well, they were like 35, I think. And then I went back in and they went to 60 or something. Kind of nonsense like that. Well, let's just be conscious of this setup at least. If you're like, no, Cap, we ain't going any higher. I just want to take money and run, Cap. This is not the place to be cutting your losses here, or even here. Be somewhere down here or a rip higher. Either here or down here so you can save your ass. If you're like, okay, Cap, we traded down here. We never got high enough for me to unfuck myself. We traded straight down. Right? And we trade down here. You can add to your position. Right? And if we stop, if we don't actually blast no forth, if we just stop right here, that would be the time to be like, fuck it, I'm out. Because more than likely going to do this. And you don't always win these, but you want to manage your trade, right? If you're trading this, you bought here, you bought here, you bought here. You take this move down here, and you're still in long. There are places for you to manage your trade. Even if you're back to where you started. And if you do this enough, eventually you'll take your money and run up here. but if you don't, and you're trying to get unfucked, don't ever. I shouldn't say don't. I shouldn't say you should do this, but day traders won't sell this move down. They'll diamond hand this shit, and they'll even diamond hand this down here, and they won't actually sell until there's some rejection down here. For a loss, believe it or not. Not much. Usually it's only like 10-20% of this whole move, even though you lost probably fucking 150% or something. But just as you manage your trades, don't ever capitulate, sell this shit. Ever. You'll win more than you... Of all the losses that you have out there, you'll win more of these than just selling every time. Every time you have some shit like this happen, think about this. Every time you have something like shit like bullshit like this happen, and you're like, fuck, I made a mistake. Think about if you just sold there. If you just recovered 3 or 4 of those that blasted off, it would cover the losses on the 7 that you lose 10, 20, 30% on down here. You're at least breaking even if your theory that we're going higher didn't work. So manage your losses as well as another key point. Now, with that said, if we break here and we don't get this move or this move for you to get out, unfuck yourself, if you don't get that, right, don't be doing this stupid shit either. We come down here, we fail, you didn't take your losses and run or break even and run, right? We do this here. And if you see this right here, right, if you start to see this move right here, don't be like, I'm going to fucking add
Columbia
to it
Central
down
Bank
here.
or VR saying
Cut your
that strong
fucking
demand
losses
is
down
pushing
there
up
if you start to see
inflation
this.
for Colombia.
And fight and wait for the next setup to go long. Does that work? Does that help any of you out there? Yeah, I don't trade on Webull. Ever. They just have really fast charts. I never trade on Webull. Ever. You can see right here to log in. I don't trade on this shit. Webull's fucking for new traders. I use it because it's free, fast charts. They're the fastest charts, to be honest with you. I don't so on your own screeners at home, pull your charts out and put them side by side to Webull chart. Maybe NinjaTrader is probably a millisecond faster. Maybe a millisecond. And the difference between this chart and this chart, if you want to see something cool, you guys want to see something cool? I'll show you something cool. me see if I can. Wait a minute. If you want to see something neat, this shows real price here, and this shows limit buy price. So there's a slight difference. If you're ever on your charts at home, this is another neat little thing I don't tell you guys about. So, on your whatever charts you use at home, right? I don't know. It's not showing it here. On your charts at home, it's hard to explain. God damn it. On your charts at home, right? See this price, not this price. See the real price right here of this blue thing? 416.64. This real price right here will not match up to the price over on this book map. And what's really fascinating about that is you can see when we're topping, you can see that there's either a more of a bid or less of a bid. So let's say we're trading up here at let's say we're trading right where we are, 416.39. On your real chart, let's say the real chart's showing 416.50. Means that they're trying to buy at lower prices. If you see the real price at 416.38 right now, or 30, they're at 440, or we're at 43 right now. Let's say this price is at 43 and the real price is lower. Means that they're bidding it up. Does that make sense? So this price on Bookmap is showing you if they're bidding it up or if they're pulling their bid back. So if you're watching the price right now, it's 416.50, and on the chart it's 416.60, right? It's showing that they're actually buying it right now. Does it make sense? There's a discrepancy between the buy sell price and the physical chart price that you get. Well, I can do my trading here on Bookmap. I can actually place trades here in Bookmap, but I just choose not to. I trade. I've been trading so long that I've got like Thinkorswim, I've got Webull, I've got whatever the fuck it is. I got fucking Tastyworks. I got like, and each one of those platforms does something better than the other. So like Thinkorswim's got some fucking kick-ass shit. Tastyworks has some really nice, for me, great execution.
Well, from the Colombian Central Banker VR saying that the economy has grown much faster than expected.
And one of my favorite parts about Thinkorswim, believe it or not, of anything else, is the customer service is next to none for me. Of any customer service I've ever had, Thinkorswim or Tasty is the best. When I call Tasty, they answer the fucking phone. If anything fucked up happens, they fix that shit. Anything fucked up, like anything, dude, a guy on the phone immediately. What's going on? What's happening? What happened? How do I fix that? What happened? Then they go back and review. They actually record your trading session. They actually record everything. I think they have to because they go back and review it and say, okay, no problem. I see what you're saying, and they fix it for you. Of all customer service out there, Tasty, for me at least, has been my best experience. Yeah, the dome is fucking horrible. This is the best dome out there. This is as good as it gets. This is as good as anyone else that does it. Ninja, there's a few others, but this is as good as any. This is, people pay for this, and some professionals use Bookmap. I don't use the free version of Bookmap on Thinkorswim. But Bookmap, so I'm kind of like a bastard child. I'm that guy that's got like 10 fucking screeners open. I've got, news pumping over here. I got verbal news over here. I've got Bookmap on. I've got options flow in the background. This is a prime example right here. I want to show you something. Before it even happened, okay? What's happening right here? So if you had been in here and you panic sold, right? Now you're sitting here holding your dick out there and you're going, fuck. I could have at least unfucked myself up here. Right? Does that make sense? Or fuck. I could have diamond handed that shit, right? Added, and then it probably would have been break even at least here to get to unfuck myself. Does that make sense at all? If you start losing the trade, how you can unfuck yourself? And there probably are traders down here that bought this dip, and they're now probably where they were up here. Right? They're dollar cost averaging or whatever the fucking stock bulls say. And so you're kind of at least unfucking yourself at this point. So there you go. There's a lesson for the day. Yeah, and the data's not good on Bookmap either, and I don't think it tracks all tickers. It's not the same. The Bookmap on Thinkorswim is not the same as Bookmap, just so you all know out there. It's not the same. And it's not the DX feed either. The DX feed pulls information from three US or domestic oh, God damn it. I'm forgetting the word for it. I'm having a brain shit right now. Like pulls data from like CME, or from the New York Stock Exchange, from 3 different exchanges. I think they only use one exchange. Don't quote me on this, but I think that they only use one exchange in Thinkorswim. I think you're limited on liquidity. I think you're limited on I don't know if you can put the hero indicator on there or not. You may be able to. There's some real quirks with it. It's not inferior. It's a good product, but it's not what this is. They're 2 different things. So if you did unfuck yourself from your position at this point, if you listened to me, you unfucked yourself from up here. Where do we go to next is the question. This is never good to see. You don't want to see this right here. We could go up from here, but I don't ever like seeing this here because this starts to show me a rollover. Starts to show me that bulls are like, oh shit, I got caught, and now I just want out. Just be careful of these moves like this. I personally prefer to see, my preference is to see a failure and a straight drop down and then a blast off. Personally. We might go up here, but that's my personal preference. That strength I like to see. Fuck you, we're going up. This here, I'm always afraid of it, right? I'm always afraid of like the quick jump and then it's a trap and we go down. Just be careful of this right here. I'm not saying we ain't going up here. Just be careful of it if you're a bull and you're long hair. Not my favorite setup. Good setup, not my favorite. We'll look here and see if the bulls or bears are in charge. Looks like 419 still on the table. I don't see why we don't get up there, but just be careful. One other thing to know is forget the bears being up here. There's some panic and bulls being up here as well. And so I'll leave you with that one last point. Bulls know to sell at 420. Not just me, a whole shit ton out there in trader land. So you could get some distribution coming up here in just a bit. Yeah, you can take this trade as a bear. It's just not ideal. So where we are right, what this setup is right here, we could still blast off. It's not ideal for a bear. The ideal bear setup here, believe it or not, right? This is a good bear setup right here. It's starting to get better for a bear. Not guaranteed. I still like this 419. The fact that these sellers are waiting up here, I still like it. That means bears know that we could still come up here. But even with all that said, for where we are in the market right now at this moment, I still don't like even this. I don't like bears. If you're a bear and you take this trade, you're going to lose probably 50% of them. You know what you're not going to lose 50% of? If you get a rollover and confirmation here, these right here are power moves for bears. You look for these setups, and if you find them, these are power moves. This one right here, where the dip is bought, it's rejected, and then you get that confirmation, you take it down. This one right here is nasty. That's some fucked up shit right there. So I'm not quite bearish here, but I'm not bullish. I'm like neutral at this point. This is diddling in the middle. Mr. Yen, when he used to say this stuff, I used to watch him for fucking years. This is diddling in the middle. Don't fuck around with this right here. And if anything, if you're a bull, if you got this opportunity, you take your money and run and wait for more support down here to run this up. This is not where you want to be on either side of that trade, personally. Take a look here. Support's still here, too. You can see it down below. It's still here. It's down here at 415.05, 416.14. You're going to be looking for, if you're a bull, you can start looking to see if there's some fake orders come in down here and start dragging it down. Some spoofing. But I'm not seeing any of that yet. You can see some real strong strength down here at 416, right? Again at 415.20. It's pretty good strength. I got to give it to the bulls so far. It's not, or it's neutral, but its bulls are still kind of in charge. Still watching dip buyers coming in on the market as well on equities, or not equities, on indexes, ETFs. I missed that news on Apple hires 31-year Ford veteran to ramp up its car project. Lots of bullish news in the market today. Ten years still down 5 BPS in the day, but still getting close to that 3 again. Starting to look like some distribution for middle of the afternoon. I'm gonna take a break here. I think we're getting some distribution in here. This looks like some distribution going on. Not totally bearish here yet. Some kind of a grind.
Kenneth Rogers saying that the Bank of Canada's extraordinary actions were not taken to help commercial banks or fund government spending, saying they are acutely aware that some people are questioning trust in the central bank given some of their extraordinary actions taken during the pandemic.
You want to see
There's some things that we got wrong at BOC, says Rogers.
If you're a bull,
you were surprised by the intensity and persistence of supply chain disruptions.
This is what you're looking to hold. If you're a bear,
also did not foresee how the invasion of Ukraine would push up commodity prices.
This is your signal down here, okay?
You see Rogers on the job market saying there are almost twice as many vacant jobs as there were before the pandemic. Saying they'll be watching closely how the economy responds to higher rates in Canada. Those rates will need to rise further, but says BOC is not on autopilot.
So you're looking for, this is it right here. Right in here is what you're looking for. Does that work better? Is that a better demonstration? And you can keep all this in here. This is all bullish. The moment you bounce down in here, this is your do or die right here. This is the decision time.
There's no Bank of Canada's Rogers not mentioning the bank acting forcefully if needed to rein in inflation, as some of her colleagues have done in recent speeches.
Feels like we should touch 410 at some point today, maybe 405 either today or tomorrow. Oh, yeah, Chet, and that's what I'm doing. I'm waiting, brother.
More from Rogers saying with inflation running close to 7% and spreading to more everyday items, it is squeezing family budgets.
That's what I'm looking for, Chet, and I'm looking for that dip buy, baby. I'm looking for that dip buy. There is one thing to be said. If you are a bull out there, you guys want to get bullish, we can get bullish. This is R1 up here. There's an attempt right now to turn this into S1. If bulls can maintain this resistance turns into support. Believe it or not, this 415 turns to support, and you can then start to look higher to 425. You make this R1 up here. Establishing some time in here is good for bulls. If bulls don't give this up today, it's a good sign for bulls. This is healthy for bulls to maintain this. They don't want to give this up today. All right, right back. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back in about a half an hour. Trade the news will be on. This is going to look kind of boring to me, at least. If you're a bull and you're in this to win it, 420 is your price target. You can see down here. I just drew out for you what you're looking for patterns to stay in this game or to exit this game. This should be clear as day for you. My take is still the same. I haven't changed my take, and that would be even with this price action today, we talked about coming up here and touching 420. I'm going to be looking for consolidation down into more news out of FOMC or a leak of some kind or the presser tomorrow. And, of course, I have lots of interest in the expiry tomorrow and buying that expiry. Be careful as we come in here, too, because there could be some fear and panic taking profits. You've got what's called a runway over here. You always like calling this a runway. Right? You get the runway like you got an airplane. And as it runs out, as time passes, you're cutting off that runway. I never like seeing runway run out on a non-OPEX day. Not always. I don't like to see it because it gives you less room to go higher. You start to have to make it steeper as time goes on. Your runway has to be like this, right, to get where you want to be. So I never like when the runway runs out through the course of the day. Sometimes, especially with FOMC, you might start to see people panic sell and say, oh, shit, I don't have enough time to get where I need to be to make profit here. So I always consider that kind of stuff
WTO
as well.
Commenting that 18 member states have notified the WTO of food export restrictions and say they're seriously worried about prices. WTO officials saying that they need to find ways to evacuate grains from Ukraine before the harvest to help global food security.
Also, look at this resistance, right? And now you're down below it, and you're trying to not get rejected, right? On a larger time frame, that's what we're looking at, right? This is the same setup as we're on in a smaller time frame, right? Bears want to control this to maintain the narrative down. What do you need to break through that 420? I'll be right back. I see you out there, Miro. How you doing, brother? Good to see you, my man. I didn't see you in the chat until just now. I'm popping back on, my brother. How are you? My chart starting to look weird. I always love when Miro is fucking in here talking fucking day trader stuff to people in here. Miro, this guy Miro that's in here with us right now, gangster day trader, Globex trader. He's probably in here trying to fucking find out what the person who he fucking what the bulls are thinking here. We'll make this a Miro chart. I just made this a we were on this earlier, but we'll make this. Look at that nice little bull flag right here. Look at that bull flag forming. You got that big bull flag Miro. Bam. A, B, C. Rocket ship up to 420. Fucking love Miro. There it is right there for the bull flag. I didn't know you were in here, Miro. I didn't fucking see you, bro. Good to see you, my man. How you doing? Are you losing money? Are you serious? Fuck's going on, Miro? What do you mean you're losing all kinds of money? I don't believe you for a minute that you're losing all kinds of money. I don't believe that for a fucking second. I think you're one of the best fucking traders out there. I think you know exactly. So Miro, I always try to watch Miro because Miro always knows where the tops and bottoms are, especially on larger trades like big moves. Miro wants to short it. Where's the short, Miro? You know where it is, right? It's up here. We know that's the short. And we also know that we don't know if this is a real bull flag. I don't think it is. I think we have a date with 410. I think by end of day we're gonna be down here and you're gonna get you get that fucking bleed off down here. And you're gonna say at 4 o'clock, you're gonna go, fuck. You're gonna go, I knew it. Why did I forget that everybody's gonna be freaked out in FOMC? There's no reason to be freaked out in FOMC. That's me personally, but you know the bulls. They always think they got a chance. You know what the bulls are thinking. I got this. Escape velocity incoming. No. You need the put protection off the fucking market. These fucking bears pushed you down once, twice, 3, 4. Now they broke below. So in a larger time frame, you're trying to break through. Bears are like, fuck you, buddy. You're going to wait till tomorrow. And then we're going to decide if we're going up or we're going down. That's what they're saying. Or at least, unless there's a leak or something. I don't think we're going down, though. But I don't think, Bear, I don't think we're going down, bro. I think we're going to like 4,000. Best case. Just close your eyes and short. Fucking A, man. It's good to see you, Barrow. Hope all is well, brother. Yeah, that's my thought is. Nice little 5-day chart right here. Get that nice little bounce down here. Bam. Bam. Just like that. Something like that. Something like that. Get all these fucking bulls in here FOMOing. I'll buy that down there somewhere. And all these fucked up FOMO bulls are going to rocket ship me up here. And I'll be fucking printing 12,000%. All these fucking FOMO bills will be like, I need to get up here. And I'll be like, no worries. Here's my bags. You can have them. Good luck. Have fun. Come here, young strapping lad. Come here, son. Are you having fun yet, son? All right, I'll be back. It's so fucked up, too. It's so fucked up. All right, so I'll be back. I'm gonna take a quick break. I said I was gonna take a break like at 12:30. It's 12:42. I'm taking a break till 1:00. See if the Bulls can put something together. They're trying their asses off in here. I'll give the Bulls that. They're trying. They're consolidating. If they have one more shot at it, it's right now. This is your last chance right here. You got it, right? 1, 2, 3. Boom. You should get a rocket ship right now to 420. Miro wants you up here at 420 so that he can grab a short to take it down into FOMC. He wants to take a short, close his computer, get into his bunker, and wake up tomorrow morning to tendies. What do I think about real estate in 2022? Look towards commercial was two things. There's how do I explain this? You guys want to hear my take on real estate? I'm going to dumb this down, I think. I'm going to try to dumb this down. So there are I'm going to call them banks. So or you're like you want to open an office building. So you take a loan out for $1 million. And in that note that you took out, if you have full capacity, you're paying your note down. If you're at 50% capacity, you're not paying your full note, and you're allowed to. You're revolving commercial loans for real estate holders. Then you get someone's telling you the economy is going to go to shit. So you're paying too much on too much on not paying the full mortgage down. So you try to repackage your loan. And so you find out that you can't repackage your loan because there's no money back there from the Fed to help repackage that loan. So you start bitching. You actually go to the person that sold you that piece of property and the person that sold you that loan. And you start filing lawsuits. Seriously. And you start firing lawsuits at everybody. And it can cause commercial real estate market to start to crash. So the Fed hears about it, and the Fed goes, shit, we can't turn the money printer off to parts of the economy, even though we're going to tell the equities market that we are. So they got to go in and bail out the real estate community. Commercial real estate community. They got Amazon out there telling you that they fucked up with too many buildings. They're one of them. It's all kinds of commercial real estate. So they got to pump that market up is what they have to do. And they will attempt to. How does that impact residential real estate? The only problem I could tell you about residential real estate, the one thing I always giggle about is people say, I want you to know that if you're in residential real estate, that prices don't just slightly come down. They either stay up or they swing down. There's never really like a slow move down in real estate prices. It's usually pretty quick. What happens is you get too many people with similar properties that they look for the cheapest price, and they start docking $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 just to get out of where they're at. So they panic sell. It's just like the market panic selling. Same thing. The real estate market's very similar. Although I don't think that you're going to have, I don't think the real estate market's going to be bad just yet. And I think if the commercial real estate market gets backed up or pumped up from the Fed, which is called, it's not gray money, but it's called that. It's called like shade money or something. That It just happens, right? So anyways, I don't think the real estate market dumps right away. I think it stays up for at least another year to 3 years. But but the other problem there too that people are coming into is people paid huge taxes. They just paid I paid huge dude, my tax bill this year was fucking ridiculous. And some people took shit tons of PPP or PPP loans. People took free money. Some people were out there taking like $500,000, $1 million, and the tax bill man came this year, and they had to pay a big bill. But the one thing that you don't realize is if you own like $1 million home in certain places in this country, your taxes get reassessed more frequently. Some places I've lived and owned houses, you get reassessed when you pull a permit. Some places it's every 4 years. Some places it's on sale. That's the key one right there. If you buy a house, what a lot of people don't realize is, not everybody, but a lot of people, you'd be surprised how many people don't know that when they go into like a neighborhood, especially like a gentrified neighborhood, one that's being gentrified, a house might have been, the previous owner might have been like, yeah, I own this house for 20 years or 10 years or 15 years, and I bought it for $150,000. Well, they're not going to tell you that, but they're going to say, my taxes are $3,000 a year or $5,000 a year. Their property taxes. Or you see what their property taxes are in the data, right? And you go, that's not bad. I can afford that with my mortgage. And then what happens is you get your new you get reassessed once that sale goes through, and all of a sudden your property taxes are expected to be at, let's say, $4,000 or $5,000 a year, and now they're like $9,000 or $10,000 a year. And I don't know how you pay your taxes where you are, but mostly it's quarterly or half a year. Depends on sometimes you can even push them out for the whole year, depending on where you live. But you then get your new tax bill on this new house you just bought, and you're like, holy fuckers, I owe $5,000 in taxes right now. And even though they're driving nice cars around, they're not ready for that hit, right? You just paid $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 on top of what you thought you were paying in income taxes, paying an extra 30, 60, 100, whatever it is. And then you get hit for another bill for 5, 10,000, 15,000. You're not expecting that. And you're like, shit, that's all my savings. What am I doing for the next 3 months or 6 months or whatever? I guess the kids and I are going on Chevy Chase vacation instead of European vacation. We're going to the Grand Canyon, kids. Yeah, I'll take a look at Rick. Taxes are fucked up right now. I don't know how many of you own houses and shit or just bought a house in the past couple of years. Taxes ain't no joke. They suck. You know, that's not they suck. I'm like a neoliberal. Like, I don't mind paying my fair share of taxes. I fucking hate paying taxes that don't go to things that help people. That shit pisses me off. That's the funny thing. Everybody's a liberal until they own a house. And they get in that voting booth and they're like, I don't know. Are they going to spend my money the right way? I don't mind paying it, but you're looking at this, the politician, you're like, man, is this person, they really going to do this or not? It's actually one of my big problems with the DNC, the established DNC. And of course, I'm a gun toter too, so you have to combine all that kind of shit into it. Because everything is politicized. All the politics there are politicized. And the crazy part is they're both spenders. Like, the Republicans are fucking spenders and the Democrats are spenders. I basically have no political party anymore. They're all bad. From the waste. Dude, we were just talking about the Fed's actually losing money right now. There was a video I posted this morning Talked about the Fed's gonna have to do some funny accounting because they're gonna lose money on loans, on backing loans, or not. I think I don't know if it's loans or if it's on bonds that they're gonna be losing money on. Tons of money on either bonds or commercial commercial mortgages that are backed by the Fed. There's a video a couple of videos I put out this morning. You should take a peek at and watch tonight if you haven't already watched them. See if the Bulls can put it together. It's a good spot for the Bulls. I like this setup. Not gonna lie, I like this setup before. My price target still stands. There's some sellers up there. They're coming in right now. They're up here at 418 now, 419.24. They're getting a little more aggressive. Just be careful up here. Bears coming down. They're getting salty. They're getting sweaty. See them right here? They're up there. They're hiding. Way more aggressive than before. Bears are looking to pounce right here. Bears making so much money right now. Bears are like, they're like combing out their coats. They've got like nicely combed out coats. You go to like a bear cave and it's all nice in there. You got like nice new rugs and stuff. Picked up all the trash, the beer cans, the whiskey bottles from the past couple of years. Dressing their kids in nice clothes. Upgraded to like a Subaru from an old F-150. Had a good few months here, good 4 or 5 months. Got like good grooming habits now. Got like dermatologists pulling out those ingrown bare mangy stuff that like ingrown hairs and shit. Trimming their toenails. Bears. I was down at the monocle store the other day, and all the bears were in there buying monocles, top hats and shit. Trying on like horse riding boots and stuff. The other day I was on FinTwit and a bull. I sneezed and a bull pulled out a handkerchief for me. I was shocked. It was clean. It was new. Is it a monogram on it? His name was monogrammed on it. Too funny. Using big words. Yeah, new set of golf clubs. All dapper and shit. Picking up ladies at the bar. All that kind of noise. I can't imagine being a bear wife right now. 2 years of straight bitching. Then you get to tell your wife, I fucking told you so. And you didn't listen to me. Oh, man. That's not good right there. I'm making drawings. Bear's looking to fucking keep that down there. Push that down below. See if the supports get any weaker in here. A little bit weaker. Bear's starting to step in right now. see where the bulls are. I don't like seeing this stuff down here. This wasn't here before. This 414.60. It's accepting lower prices. 415.40. It's a place where it's kind of do or die for the bulls. Bulls don't have too much you can see down here, right? Bulls are weakening down here. Bears are starting to gain some power up here. So be careful down here. This is kind of do or die for the bulls. Bulls want to get that consolidation. 1, 2, 3, right? Push higher. 1, 2. You really only have one more chance here to get that rip higher. Bulls are starting to lower where they're willing to buy this dip down here too, right? You're seeing that. And you're also seeing the bears starting to lay some pressure on right here. You guys already know what I think what I think we're doing. I don't think you're escaping I don't think you have escape velocity today to escape the market. Which kind of sucks to say. You can see the bears up here, they're getting stronger, and you're getting a weaker support down here. Same thing though, right? It's the same. This is the don't diddle in the middle. If you're a bear, wait for confirmation. Take the safe trade. If you're a bear here, right? The safe trade is for you to wait for a sell below, confirmation, and then the rip lower. Right? If you're really a true bull, you're looking for capitulation, save it, and then the move higher. Right here. But all this diddle in the middle, it's kind of dangerous unless you're already long down here. All right, I'll be back. Give me it's 12:59. It's 1 o'clock. This is that middle of the afternoon, right? Trapping bulls, trapping bears. Everybody has an idea of where we're going. This is all trapping, right? You're getting locked in for FOMC. Everybody's making calls as to where we're going. My overriding thought is until there's a leak, you're not going to escape 420. My other overriding thought is that you're not going to escape 420. You're just not. I like this base building here. I like this over here. Don't get me wrong. But you're waiting for FOMC, or you're waiting for a leak, or you're waiting for puts to lose value, large put protection orders to lose value over here, leading into FOMC, or at least the presser down here. Pick your poison, right? If you're a big-time bear, you can pick your poison. Up in here is a great place to short down. Down in here is a great place to be going long, right? Buy some call spreads for a much larger move higher. If you want to know, if we get a neutral to a dovish Fed, that's my take. I don't think you're going to get it all. I think the Fed is realizing that they can't actually do QT to what they said they've done. I think there's going to be support of credit markets. I think that you have to support the credit markets right now. I think the price target is eventually 450. 440 is a good target, though. This is the safe bet, 440. I think if the Fed is slightly hawkish to somewhat hawkish, I still don't think we break 4,000. If we do break 4,000, it'll be brief. I think it'll be something quick. I think it's something where we dip below and that dip is bought. I do think, though, if the Fed is hawkish, you're going to see, if he's hawkish, you're going to see a quick dip below, move higher, some acceptance in here, and then we move lower. I think the only way you see a break of 4,000 and that you see big red bars down, right, where the market really breaks, is if they launch QT full across the board and they go up 75 BPS. That's not the Fed's mandate. So be aware of that. Fed's mandate is not to create panic selling down below 400. Now, if he's super duper hawkish, they can keep it at 4,000 and give acceptance and allow an orderly retreat from the market. So my take is we go up from here, but I don't know that it's today. I think you get resistance, and then they cut you loose to run it up. You're going to build up a bunch of buyers in here, and eventually it's going to explode. And so I took this trade down here, made bank, and I'm looking for that move. These moves in here, sometimes you lose patience and think, I'm going to buy this right now, I'm not waiting. But sometimes patience pays off. It's down here somewhere. It's down here somewhere, and this is where the buy is, I think. I could be wrong and miss this. Now, let's say I am wrong and I miss this down here, right? I'm also looking for one other thing if I miss it. So this gives me feeling good about my buy, right? This doesn't. So for me to feel good about my buy, it would take a move higher, consolidation, right? Get the bears coming in here, right? Trying to short it. Then you start to break off. In the moment that you start to trigger the bears here, this is the fuel. You take this long here up to 420, or excuse me, 430, 440, 450 above. So I'd feel safe buying calls here. And I'd feel safe buying calls somewhere down in here. That's where I feel safe buying calls. I don't feel safe in this traffic right now with FOMC tomorrow. And I want that big ass play. This is my time. So if there's a time in these months when you get full capitulation of the market, I need these to print for me big. I want big prints, guaranteed prints. I want safety in my prints. I want danger. I want big prints. Just note that there's sellers coming into the market heavily right now. I'll be right back.
XP Schnabel, in a press interview, is saying that an interest rate hike is possible in July. Minor comment from Schnabel in line with some recent reporting that suggests ECB could be ready to raise rates as soon as July. Or from ECB Stables saying that we have to stop high inflation getting anchored in expectations. Sensing report that the U.S. Department of Interior cutting water deliveries to California in order to protect Lake Powell. From Schnabel saying ECB asset purchases should end before interest rate goes up, suggesting the asset purchases should end at the end of June. So US CDC confirming the recommendation that everyone 2 and older wears masks on airplanes, trains, and at airports, despite a recent judge's ruling.
Got some price targets above here from 419.50, 420. You want to keep your eyes on the right top right hand side here and see if the bulls are pushed back and above to 425. You can see these sellers here quite large. Next stop above is 425. Then come back on as we get up in here. Bears being pushed higher here as we head up into this 419.50 area. Now backpedaling to 420.50. Same place. They've got 420.76 is where they were pushed before. So you got 420 here, 419. It's about where the top of this expanding megaphone is, and then they've got this push higher to 420.50. Now we'll see if we can get higher than that. You should be able to get higher than that if you break up here. There should be a larger move.
The Fed's daily reverse repo operation, 83 counterparties taking $1.8 trillion.
See if they're how high we can get. Got 421 up here. 421.06. That's nice. This is nice to see bears being pushed up. You can see the little balls coming up in here right now, squeezing up higher. Bears being pushed back a little bit to this 421. Might be able to get a nice squeeze up there. The upper bounds right now of sellers. So we'll even raise this up here to 421. Right there, right about there. Can check this. This thing doesn't have a measuring tool, which sucks, but you got 413.29. Yeah, it's about 421, right around 421. So we'll see if this can get up there to 421. Could be a higher rate, a higher push. Right up in here. See if the bulls can keep squeezing. More buyers and sellers right now in the market. Accumulating. Nice grind higher right now. Nice basing. Like seeing this basing. This is good. Nice place to short, believe it or not. Just grinding higher here. All day since this morning, basing it out. Making some nice support down here. Bulls do not want to give this up. Bulls want to turn this into support. Spend time in here. Get buyers rolling. And there's tons of buyers rolling in on the SPY right now. I can't say there isn't. There are a ton of buyers rolling in the SPY right now. Tons. It's weird too. It's not big money. It's really weird money. Some of it's big, but not a ton of it. People are throwing $200,000, $500,000 bets on SPY right now. Eventually, we'll get enough call interest, and also watching some UVXY puts coming in. That's unusual. We don't see that unless they're making a market turn. Our bullish indicator right now is only 80%, but you've got 23 orders at $6.8 million. Not big money, but these are some day traders. These are investors looking for a bottom down here. Or this is a bank hiding a trade. But they are playing this trade for the fourth right now, starting to load the boat. Not much in puts right now. Four orders for 1.6 million in the SPY side. Nothing too unusual in here. But SPY definitely getting some interest. People realizing that once you sell the news on this event, unless he comes out super hawkish. All these bulls are coming in here, buying calls, trying to be supportive of the market for a move higher. The market makers, dealers, they're all planning on a move higher from here. They're going to stop having to hedge the short side of this trade, and that will fuel this rip higher at some point. I'm still of the opinion that we're not going to start to bust through this 420 right now. We're going to bang up here and bounce off of it today. But I'll tell you what, the addition of calls into the market right now can ramp this up. Can ramp up the stopping of the hedging of the short side of this market, and the call side can actually help with a nice rally. Just grinding higher. Market's starting to flip right now to some extent. Even if we get weak up here at 420, I want you to, even if it rejects at 420, there is a call side coming into the market right now that's quite large. Quite large. If you're like, hey Cap, trading against, or hey Cap, not waiting for another dip, and you are buying calls in here, don't go 100% in here. Save some ammunition.
Bank Canada's Rogers saying we need higher rates to moderate demand, including demand in the housing market.
Yeah, we'll learn about that in the minutes, not in the meeting. So in here, if let's say you're like, hey, I took long here, Cap, and I'm holding, I'm never letting it go. Then what you want to do is don't be going 100% in this trade. You always want to be like 10, 20, 30, and then have a time frame for having more firewood, more bullets somewhere down in here, okay? In case we trade it down. Let's say you're long for like the 4th on 420s or 430s, or you're long in the 6th for 430s, something like that. Make sure you have some ammo to add in case the market sells off. If you get, not sell, but like if the market sells down here at any point down to 415, if it trades down to 410 or even 4,000, you have the ability to jump back in and, if you have like 100 fucking calls at $2.50, you need to be able to add $200, $300, $400 or 400 racks of calls to make those calls profitable, right? Or you might even have to change the price target, right? So if you're buying 420s or 430s, and if we were to trade down to 400, I don't think we're getting down to 4. My view is never going to bloodbath it, but a 200-point negative Fed or volatility of the Fed down here, if you need to reposition yourself, you don't want to get blown out on 100% trade on this trade right now. Let's have some ammo available.
Roger's expecting housing price growth to moderate as rates go up. Saying price growth is unsustainably strong in Canada.
Bam, nice move. Right? This was saved here. Saved. Came up here. Double topped it right here. It's not bearish. Kind of bearish. 1, 2, 3. But there's a lot of VIG coming into the market. But sometimes patience pays too, right? Excuse me. A little bit of a rejection above here. We'll take a look at that. Like we talked about how the price doesn't match the charts, right? But these charts here are different, right? Than what you see in your regular candlestick chart. So we got up here at this resistance, came up here, tested it, came back down, right? This is up here at 419.30 or so. 420. Got lots of bears up in here. You can see them. They're leaning in right now. They don't want to let you squeeze higher than 420. Nice place to take some profit. Bulls need to push through. Keep buying calls. Here goes Winky. Here goes Winky and I just waiting. Yeah, I think Winky. I think we're the only ones. I think Winky and I are the only ones that are waiting. I think everybody else is loading fucking full tilt calls. Everybody else is just like, fuck this. I'm long. I ain't waiting. I think the whole market's like this right now. I think the entire market right now is long. I should have kept my mouth shut. Oh, you are in monthly calls right now? You guys don't have to wait with me. Yeah, it's nice time on those. May and June are nice. You don't have to wait with me. You might miss the run. You don't want to miss the run up. You're only in 35%. That's nice, too, that you're not full bore, full boat. Leave a little bit of ammunition ready to rock. One, two. Yeah, it's going to blast off, isn't it? Bears about to get fucked up on Tesla. I agree with that statement. Bears are about to get wrecked on Tesla. Tesla price target 993. Woo. 1,000. So be it. Tesla price target 1,000. Pretty snazzy right there. What are 1,000 C's on Tesla cost for Friday? Are they overpriced again? Let's have a look. No, not too bad. Oh, dude, they're cheap. So just heads up, okay? Tesla calls 1,000 expiring Friday are only $3.10. Man, those can print fucking heavy. Real heavy. 1,000% probably. That's some juicy shit right there. May 6th, 1,000 C. Pricey. It's a good price right there. They're dirt cheap. Dirt cheap for what they can pay. I like that trade. Tesla, Friday, 1,000 C. I like that trade a lot. That's a juicy fucking trade. Trying to bum a crash higher right now. Watching the VIX still. Be paying attention to the VIX here. Remember we talked about the VIX the other day? Remember in a larger time frame? You guys that tune in every day. Remember this big fat blue line right here? And remember this one right here? Just in a larger scene here, right? Remember when we were talking about this the other day and I said to you, when we were up here, I said to you, this is the place where VIX bulls get long. And they think it's going up here. And I was like, I might get up there for a quick second. Maybe like a C here. But then I was like, this is where VIX bulls get trapped when you should be buying it down here. Remember that whole conversation I had? It doesn't mean we don't go back up here. It just, and then remember we looked at this tag here back in January where we had to go tomorrow for this to actually print. Remember when I said even if we do go up there, I said to you, when you're coming up here and you get trapped as a VIX bull, it's built to be shorted, that you wind up getting trapped in here. And even if we are going up here, that you're now trapped inside this trade. And you can see it now coming back down. It's finding some support down here. 30.36. Also looking down here. We'll get this in a smaller time frame. But how when you buy the VIX, it's down here, down here. You sell the VIX, it's not up here. It's up here somewhere. And even on this swing, it would be in here somewhere, not up here. This brief moment. Sometimes we'll hang out really high and you miss out on some money, but the trade's late, right? To an extent. Even if we get a bearish Fed, trade's kind of late. So in here, what are you looking for some support into tomorrow for bears? It's the same place, right? 30.42. You'd really like to see it get down here to 28.97. That would give you 420. If you see this settle down here, you're going to want your price target for your 430, though, is down here. The break of this rise in the VIX. It's down here like $20 or something. Kind of see it down in here. It is basing in here, just so you can see it. So do the VIX bulls get one more stab at it or not? Are they just trapped? There's a lot of VIX or puts coming in right now across the board. A lot of calls coming in equities right now. A lot of UVXY puts coming in looking for that drop on the VIX. Bulls want to slam it home, want the VIX to fall off the edge of the earth and blast off up in here. A lot of work done in here. If you're a bull that's not in the market and you didn't want to sit through this grind, this is building to a squeeze play higher. Price target 421.22. If you've been waiting all day long for a trade, this is a nice trade for a bull. Just quick squeeze up higher. Jump in, jump out, take the money and run. It's a nice trade right here setting up. Nice build up right here for a squeeze higher. Here's 420 right there. See if the bulls can do it.
We're inside 1 hour now to the close of pit trading in U.S. energy markets. WTI crude futures not far from the day's low, down about 2% at 102.95.
That's not good. You're gonna roll this. You're gonna roll it over. You only got so much time, bulls. You got pit trading ending on energy. Lows of the day on energy, not good. Come on, bulls. Bears a little bit weaker above. Grinding those bears out right now. Burning those bears out. They're slightly higher now at 423. This is good to see. You can see it right here even better, right? Bears moving up now to 420. They're weak to 420 here. Let me push it up. Push it up, baby. Get us up there to 420. Calls are expensive as fuck right now on the indexes. Like the SPY calls are expensive. Expensive. Stupid expensive. Who the fuck are you guys going to sell these calls to? Expensive as fuck. There's no bid on 430 right now. There's no bid on 430s expiring on the 4th. Fucking bids all up on 420. It's like fucking 420 calls costing fucking $3.14. 419s at $3.60. 425s are $1.36. Expensive. With a day left on them too. Those fucking things better be worth $8, $9 by tomorrow in a day. So Cap SPY goes to 450. What does that do to Qs and RK? Whole lot of nothing. We're gonna sell it right down again. We're gonna give bulls hopes and prayers so they don't fucking flee the market. I'm still not bullish there at 450. I think 450 is in the top end too. I mean, if you look, just looking at the channel that we're in, 450 seems reasonable. Break out of that channel. We fucking did it not too long ago. This seems more reasonable up here. Like just up here, this 440. That's the responsible trade. But, FMC is over. There's no real, all you need to do is have a truce in Ukraine or something, and there you go. There's 450. The 450 is a upper price target. It's not something that I'm like, I'm 100% on 450, but you got to understand we're down here because of what's going on. 450 is reasonable, but 450 would be like, hey, I bought puts there, and then all of a sudden you get squeezed just a little bit higher. That melt up, that last little bit that retail doesn't trade. We haven't had one of these in a while too. I don't think it's out of the question to go to 450. But if we did go to 450, it's coming right back down. Or it's a slow bleed down, one or the other. And if you buy 450 calls and we go to if you buy 450 calls with enough time on them, and we get to 440, they're going to print huge anyways. They're going to print just getting to 440. People are going to want them. So when you hand those off to somebody else and say, here you go, there's plenty left to fill that bag. And all of social media will be telling you the same thing. They'll say we're going to 450. Guaranteed. Still up here at 420. I have big questions. I guess I want to know from you guys out there. Stop tipping me. All right, here's the deal. If you guys are listening in right now, do not tip me. Stop tipping me. Seriously, because I gotta tell you why. PayPal is blocking my account. I'm going to talk to you about it right now, real quick and fast. Basically, all of these payment service companies, right, are owned by just a few companies. So let's say PayPal owns 3 or 4 payment companies. They like to use specific payment companies for specific things that you're doing. They also sign agreements with different platforms, not just PayPal, everybody. So if I use Streamlabs, they want me to use their payment processors, and they're like, "Oh, we'll offer you super chat follows and super this and super that." If I stream through YouTube, they offer me the same program with their own payment server processor. Twitter has a tip cup. Now, when you're using their payment processors, oftentimes they're locking you into a deal you have to agree to. When you agree to that deal, they're skimming more money off the top than usual. They also hold those payments for long periods of time, and they don't like you accepting different kinds of payments with specific payments. Like PayPal doesn't want me accepting tips. They want me to use a different payment processing arm of their company, subsidiary of their company. So first, the first issue is I'm trying to bypass going through these different social media platforms, and even in the back end, the software platforms, by just offering a way to tip. So yesterday I got a message that said from PayPal that said, "What are you doing accepting these different prices? Like someone's tipping $5 or $3 or $1 or $20, different amounts of money. Are you sending them something?" And I explained what I did. I actually talked to somebody, and they're like, "You can't do that. But we're going to review it." They said they would review it. Meanwhile, I got on the rabbit hole yesterday and I find out what they're going to do to me. Now they blocked my account. They said, "You can accept money, but you can't take any money out while we review this." Meanwhile, they're going to allow more tips to come in. And they're eventually going to tell me, "No, you can't do this. You have to go through PayPal through this other version or whatever." Now, what happens is any of those tips in there, I can refund some of them. So I'm going to refund them, because what happens is they end up shutting my account down through PayPal or freezing it. And they actually keep the money. You don't get the refund. I don't get the money. It's very fucked up and evil. Now, this isn't because I did anything like nefarious or had chargebacks or anything. It's because of the structure. They want me to sell a subscription. Like, I'm selling you access to a live stream, right? It's something tangible. I'm selling you a video every night. I'm selling you a class. I'm selling you a newsletter, right? You're paying a receipt every month that says to me, "I'm paying you $5. And in turn, I send you a receipt that says, "You paid for a month of my streaming." Does that make sense to any of you out there? And so when you're just tipping me, they don't like that. They don't like, because I'm not proving a service that I gave to you. They don't like that, "Hey, if you made a great trade or you made money, that you're going to take care of me or something." Or if you find value in this live stream, they don't want you to just pay what you want. So you're forced into a subscription-based model of some kind. So my plan at this point, so they're reviewing it right now, but my plan right now is anybody that's tipped me, I'm just going to refund you. I'll have a list of names in the coming day or two of who I refunded. So I'll post that in @CaptainsAlpha. It'll just say your name. I'm not going to be out there telling who's doing what, so you can measure dicks. Just that you expect a refund. So stop tipping me. I appreciate you tipping me. Now, where does that leave us? I could possibly get a way for you to tip. But the problem is it has to be easy. Whenever you're tipping somebody, you want it to be easy. Like, click the button, you put your credit card in, you tip them, and you say, "Thank you, I appreciate it." If I start making shit complicated, like visit me at my website, visit me at my Patreon, pick this, pick that, it's just too time consuming. No one wants to fuck around with that shit. And these payment processors know that. These payment processors know that you want to watch the live stream and you want to hit the tip button, and they can actually bend my arm behind my back and say, "Guess what, buddy? You're keeping 60% and we're keeping 30%, and then you're paying 30% on the original taxes." So I end up like $10 literally. Then the process, it's literally like you're left with, like, of $10, you're left with $3. if you're lucky at the end. And they know this. They know they've got you over a barrel. So where am I left at? I'm left at. This is the problem too. Is that if you guys are tipping me, if this is tip based, right? And you guys are tipping me to help support the channel. You guys are doing a great job. You're trying to support the channel. It's not cheap. It costs me somewhere without time. Costs me somewhere around $13,000 to $15,000 a year, maybe more. I'm not including the cost of the equipment, software upgrades, any of that stuff. I'm not accounting for anything breaks, the lights in the background, all that stuff. I'm not accounting for the internet. I have to pay for high-speed internet. There's all this other nonsense I got to pay for. And that doesn't account for my time either, right? Like an honorarium, like $5 a day or something. I pay that. Believe it or not, if there's anything left over, I pay my kids that help me. So I'll throw my kids $100 for a week, if there is. And this is where it gets kind of weird. So recently, the tips haven't been that much money. It hasn't been a lot, right? It's been decent, but not a lot. Yesterday, you guys tipped me fucking huge. You didn't have to do that. And I don't care if it comes in like 1 week it's great and 3 weeks it's slow. Or 4 weeks it's slow. Or even if it's 2 months and it's not enough to pay for the stream. That's not really my issue. My issue, though, is with them. If they're taking 50, 60% of it between that and taxes, it's really not paying for anything at this point. And they're also forcing me into using their stream. So it's like it's like a troll on a bridge, right? So what do I do there? So I don't have many options. I'm right now, today and tomorrow, trying to figure out a way to make an easy way for you to tip. That's an alternative to PayPal. I'm working on that right now. But I don't want it to happen again where I come back and the money is gone. And they're going to tell me to go fuck myself for 18 months at minimum. Literally, I'm not shitting you, like 6 to 18 months. I'm not kidding. 6 to 18 months. And with the threat of it just being declared, where we close your account. And if I continue to accept money there, let's say I continue to accept money there on the hope that they're going to release it in 6 to 18 months, they might just take it all. And so that's a lot of money. You know, it's thousands. So I'm in kind of a pickle. So don't tip me. Just stop tipping me. And I didn't remove it off the video today. That's my fault, and I'll keep removing it wherever I can find it. I know there's one in Discord too. Don't tip me. I might have to switch to a donation, a monthly donation. If I do that, I'm not guaranteed I'm going to do that, but if I do that, I don't know how to do it. I was talking to some friends yesterday about how to do it, and I don't want to do it because I'll be honest, on one side of it, I don't want to be beholden, but if I am beholden, I don't know what it is. I don't know if you guys prefer like setup where it's just a donation by the month. You know, it's like $10-20 a month at $30 a month. Maybe it's tiered based. Maybe it's I make videos every night that are free, and the live streams are a donation, monthly donation for you to get access. Maybe I leave the Discord open, but I leave the options flow behind that donation. Maybe I just stop doing this, like because of how bad it is from these people, from these payment processors. Maybe it's just we just stop the streaming altogether. So I don't know what the answer is, and I don't want people that don't want to tip to not be here. I like people. I know people have a tough go of it out there. I get it. Like I fucking get it. There are times out there where you don't want to be paying. Dude, I've paid people $3, $6, $5, $1,000 a month to be in rooms with them to get quote unquote alpha and all that kind of stuff. Like $1,000 a month, and they were horrible. They were good, but they might show up like 4 times a month. You know, so I don't want it to be that, and I'm not trying to make a business. Like this is not what I don't want to make this a business, but I'm being forced into it by these payment processors. And once you're forced into turning into some kind of a business, you're beholden. Like I have to be here every day at 8:30 in the morning. Then I have to be here till 4 at the afternoon, right? Then I got to put a video out at nighttime. I'm telling you, to put that kind of content out, I have to start hiring people. If I start hiring people, I have to start charging like real money for this. So it's not quite a Pandora's box. And then I have to start advertising. Then I have to start getting churn, right? I have to start getting more followers. It's not real advertising, but I got broadcast out there that this is what I'm doing. I got to clean up my act. There's all these things that come with that are kind of shitty, like things I don't want to be a part of. So I don't know what to do at this point. I'm going to try to keep it. My My number one goal out there is to find a way to just leave it donation based. If you want to support the channel as a core group that want to support the channel, I know that. I know that people are making money that tip me. So I'm going to stick to that plan if I can. That's my goal. If I can't find a solution, I'm going to give you two other choices. And that's we just shut this shit down, or we go to some kind of a donation that's monthly for access. Some kind of, it's not real. It is somewhat of a paywall. You'd get like access to Discord. You'd get a video every night, but you wouldn't get access to like a live stream during the day. But you're like forced to pay every month, $10, $20. I don't like that setup, because then you want me there too. I was talking to a friend yesterday, and I was like, like Bob might be trading on Monday, but not trading on Fridays, right? And Mike might be trading on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Jill might be trading on Thursdays and Fridays. If I was Jill or Mike or Bob, I'd want whoever I'm paying to be there on that schedule that they're going to be there. If I'm like, hey, I'm in a contract now with you, I have certain expectations that you're going to be there. That you're not taking a vacation more than 2 months or 2 weeks a year. That you're going to be there most 5 days a week. I have like wife and kids and stuff. It's hard for me to be here more than when I am right now. So it's difficult. So what do? I got to hire people, and I don't want to hire people. I don't want to create a fucking business. I don't. I'm not in the fucking mood. I'm not in the mood to start a business, and this really isn't something that I would believe in. I don't like taking money from people and then growing it and then having to like, you sell a subscription for $20 or $30, and then you're selling a class, and then you're selling, indicators, and you're selling private time with people, and then, you have to understand too, like what a lot of these guys do, right? Is a lot of these guys will tell you like, we can go here and we can go there, but they're not going to tell you, my thought is that we're going here, because they don't want to be wrong ever. You'll always notice when paid subscriptions that everyone's slick in what they say. They're very slick. They have a format for how they present what is going to happen. And the reason being is, it's not that it's not okay to be wrong. It's that they can't be wrong. It's that they have to sell. So when they're having to sell, they have to have an out. They can say, well, we told you that we could go down to 410 in our, in our video yesterday, in our note yesterday, or in whatever we have. Of course, you get pissed off, but they have an out. They have a way to protect themselves and say, look, we're always right-ish in their calls. And they have a fair point in that, too. Swear to God, good job. You can subscribe. Don't be tipping. But there's a difference between, there's a different relationship, is my point, between a paid service and a donation type service. A donation type service is, hey, I appreciate you. Now, there are some other arguments. I've had someone yesterday tell me it cheapens what you do. And people like value. They like to buy something so they feel like it's valuable. I understand that too. I get it. I get that. That you want to have value in what you're subscribing to. So I get that argument too. So I'm all open ears for whatever we do from here. I'm open ears to all of it. I don't know if it's like a subscription where I just promise certain things, but it's not too much, maybe. There was another idea yesterday that I was talking to someone about where they said, if you can't stream 7 or 5 days a week from open to close, maybe it's just I promise to stream in that subscription that I'm promising to stream 4 days a week. Or I'm going to take 2 weeks off in the summer and 2 weeks off in the winter. Holidays, I'll be here 5 days a week. Or I'm here for major pivots in the market. Like today I have to be here, right? You guys know I have to be here. You guys know I have to be here yesterday. You guys know that last week we had some days where I fucked up my arm and I wanted to go to a doctor and I couldn't. And I was here. Like I was here. I made sure I was here live streaming, even when my arm was fucked up, because it was an important part of the market, right? We're in a pivot moment in the market. So I don't know exactly what the structure is of this. I don't know what it becomes. I don't know if it just gets shut down now. But if you're listening right now and you think you have an idea, if you think you have a solution, I know Winky at one time was a streamer. I know some of you out there maybe have some experience in this kind of stuff. if you could reach out to me in DMs. I have had 1 or 2 people that have experience in this reach out to me in DMs, and they were very productive conversations. I'm not this person, so I don't know what to do here. And you know, I'm usually against what this turns into down the road. Usually it turns into greed. And the other thing is that I trade this market. I think that's an edge. I think if I change my focus to appeasing you, that I lose my edge as a trader and investor, and I go, well, fuck, I'm going to be trying to make money off people then. So I lose you actually lose a touch on the market. You ever notice when you go on vacation, like a week or two, and you get back to the market and you feel like you lost the touch for a week? It's like, it's not that you don't know the market. It's that you need to get back into the feel of the market to feel confident with the market. There's something in there with that I think you lose when you're more focused on growing the business and that kind of stuff. So I don't know. You guys tell me what you think about that. You know, my money that's in the line trading in here is important to me. Like, this is my money. If I'm out there selling subscriptions to like fucking 5,000 people, or making like fucking 10,000 a month or 5,000 a month or whatever that stupid number is, something out there crazy. What if I lose the trade? I'm not going to care, right? Because I'm pocketing money from you guys, and then I'm just going to blow that. So there's like all these dynamics in the background that can get kind of fucking sloppy. So, you know, I don't know what to say to you guys. You guys tell me, DM me. Shoot me a DM on at CaptainJimJames or Jim James, my public account. Shoot me like your phone number or something, or an email. My email is CaptainJimJames at gmail.com. Just CaptainJimJames at gmail.com. It's the best way to contact me, believe it or not. CaptainJimJames at gmail.com is the best way to contact me. If you have any ideas or thoughts or anything like that. And I don't mind shutting it down either. Like, if you guys don't, if you guys are like, fuck it, shut it down, then, dude, I'd love to just sit on Twitter all day long and shit post. You know, but I like being here with you guys. I like trading with you guys. I like, you know, this is fun. I'm still having fun here is the point. You know, and I like having fun with you guys. I like being here with you. I like the conversations in the chat. I like that we fight against the big traders out there, the big banks and shit. Like, I enjoy this. I really do. And I don't want it to mutate into something that's either not enjoyable or is like, what the fuck did that guy turn into? Like, I don't want you to be like one day like, oh yeah, what the fuck happened to that guy? Guy's a fucking scumbag. Like, dude, I used to pay for subscriptions, right? And I'd get into a room and you'd see him come and go. People just come and go, burn accounts. New traders, new investors come in, pay, and they'd be gone. Be there a week, gone, month, gone, year, gone. You'd have a core group of people, and the alpha guy in that room would be, you know, it was all about pumping, getting more blood into the room. I didn't like that. It was kind of poisonous, man. It's not a good way to live life. Yeah, I'm being honest with you guys. This is 100% honesty. This is 100%. This is not, you guys hear me talking. I'm not like tripping over words or anything like that. This is all true, all real. All real. So, I don't know what else to say to you guys. I love all you guys out there. I want you to know that. Like, if we shut this channel down, right, I'll fucking be friends with you guys just on fucking Twitter and hang out. Like, I love all of you. I love the ones out there that I disagree with. Like, I fucking love all you guys. Fucking, this isn't like a. It's so fucking bizarre because we're not bizarre. I know that people. This is what their profession is. This isn't my profession. This is my like fucking hangout time. I just want to make it so it pays for itself, and it's worth being here with the people that are here, and of course pay for the service that's being done. So it's a very, very, that's a very, I don't know, I was talking to a friend yesterday, I said, I sound like a cake eater. I sound like I want my cake and eat it too. It's such a fucked up thing. You know, it's such a fucked up thing. So, whatever. And of course, you're pushed into it by payment processors. You're fucking pushed it. Dude, like even Twitter. Twitter, dude, if I was a nice guy on Twitter, I would have like 20, 30,000 followers. But I'm real on Twitter. So what do I have to do, right? I try to grow the business. What do? You start to see Captain Jim be like, no more swearing, no more honesty, no more calling people out, no more making a call on something. Like all that shit is what makes me who I am. That shit's so fucked up. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't help but be real on Twitter, right, Winky? Like I can't help it. Can you imagine me like after 2 or 3 months of this shit, I'd have like a freak out or something. I couldn't do it. Like I swear to God, I can't straight lie to someone. I can't sit there and be like, I'm just gonna fucking lie to these people. Like I just can't do it. But there are some motherfuckers that can. There are people out there that can without blinking an eye. You know? That doesn't mean you don't lie in your life, but I mean like bold-faced lies. Like, I'm going to lie to those motherfuckers for gain or profit or any of that kind of nonsense. Just no need, man. Really isn't. There's no fucking need. We got some tapsies down here. We got the bears. They're getting all bearish over here. Bears are like, send it down, Cap. Let's get below that. Let's get below Cap. Send it down, Cap. Oh, look at that. Look at this. Look at those bears. I want to buy this, believe it or not. I might buy this, believe it or not. We'll take a look and see how weak we get at the end of the day here. Let's see how much pain we can cause. We got some put buyers down in here. Let's see if we can hold support down in here. Oh, look at that. We might have some support down here. Wait a minute. They're down here now. The real buyers, just so you know, real buyers are down here at 414. Got some decent support here at VWAP. But the buyers are leading you down right now. Be aware of that. There could be a little bit more capitulation in here. We'll look at this 414 level real quick that we're seeing here. Where's 414? Ooh, shit. Damn. The little bastards. They're leading you down here. Fake bidding down here. Yeah, it's hard to and it's, you know, the fucked up part. It's not me that's hard. It's that the whole thing's set up. Like the whole setup from like the social media companies that want you to grow what you're doing, the payment services that are out there. Like everything is set up for them to take your money and for them to pump their platform and to look good on their platform. And I understand that they want their platform to be classy, clean, and safe, and all that kind of stuff. And they, you know, like when you get people out there with big accounts, like the people with followers, like 1 million followers, 500,000 followers, you never hear them do that stuff. They want those people on their platforms. I get why they want all that. I understand that. That was my profession. So my profession back in the day was you'd have people like that running a business. I'm not going to tell you which business I was in, but you know, there was all these claims all the time. Then, of course, the books would come out, and you'd find out that it was all fucking lies. And so you'd have to go in there and clean house. So that's my personality. And I'm a helper, too. So I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go in there and make sure that I'm fixing this for people. Just thinking about this right now, how it's translating into what I'm doing right now. It's kind of funny. Okay. So let's clean this shitty chart up a little bit. Right? This nice little bull flag over here. Not quite a failure. Double top over here, double top over here. Same sell. Right? One top, two top sell. One top, two top sell. We've got this support being built in here. Down here between 414. That box he drew earlier. Fake bids down here. They're like, hey, come to me. It looks like we have support down here at 416 and 415, but these fake bids are new. This is a buyer down here saying, nah, fuck this, come down here. And they might just be wanting the bid at 416 or 415. If these fake bids weren't here, probably get a buy up here, but they're leading down the bulls down here. We've got the VWAP right here as a natural place to buy a dip, right? So we're going to look down here and see, are those fake bidders still down below, or have they left? And they're still down here. They're still waiting down here. 414. Wouldn't shock me to see that hit today. Would not shock me to see 414. Give it a pretty decent probability. We'll give it like 60% chance we go down to 414 today. So you're just back on top of it real quick. Stop tipping me right now because I don't want them to keep the money. If you have tipped me, recently you'll be getting a refund. If you don't get a refund, it means that I've received your money. And if you're on one other keynote, if you're on a monthly plan, some of you guys tip me monthly, which I'm very grateful and appreciative for. Cancel those right away. If you're listening right now, pass it along to your friends. Cancel any monthly donations or tips. And I'm a legit business. Like everything is on my end is legit from their side, wanting me to be legit. It doesn't matter. It's how they set it all up. They've got agreements with like Streamlabs and YouTube, and you got Tip Cup, and you got all this other nonsense. And some of them are all owned by the same company. They just want you to go through these companies because they can skim more off the top. They don't want me accepting with less of a cut for them. So down here, 414. This is where your stop losses are as a bull, by the way. Down here at 414. You don't want to see a rug pull down here at 414. Let's say we buy a V close. Yeah, I'd love to see that V close. Hey, let's talk about that. 2:11 in the afternoon. Before we get there, let's do some expectations. Expectations. So let's just do some. Let's get rid of all this crap in here, okay? We already know where it's going, right? We know where it's going. We know where it's going. Okay, expectations. We got at 2 p.m. tomorrow. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. tomorrow. Let's take just a little bit larger view here. Let's look. Let's breathe. Where are we? This is lower bound down here. This is bad news. We have FOMC. We still have puts on the board over here. This is the upper bounds of trading for FOMC up here. Where do I think it's going to trade in tomorrow? I think it's going to compress down in here, just like this. Maybe a capitulation moment. And there's your blast off right there. Something like this is my. What does CaptainJimJames think? And this was this morning. Matter of fact, I talked about this here. I said they trade up to 418 or 420. They're gonna sell it down on you. Lock y'all in for tomorrow. Now that doesn't mean you don't build premium and calls and all that. Doesn't mean the bulls aren't in charge in here. It just means that you're locked in. You're gonna pay the price to play the game. Within this, my posit is that once you're in here, for you to continue to play the game, for the market to continue to go up, there's going to be a moment. Could be here. Could be here. Doesn't matter where it is. Doesn't matter if it's here at the end of today. Doesn't matter if it's in the middle of the night. Doesn't matter if it's tomorrow. That there'll be some capitulation. I don't know if we get down below 410 or 405 or 4,000, but anywhere down in here is where I'm looking to buy. We don't have to give back all this here. But I think there's one more buy in here, if not two. I think I said that yesterday too. Hopefully there's 2 or 3 more buys in here. Could be in here on Friday, but I'm looking for a buy down in here. So I'm patient. I'm a patient bull. I've had to wait so long for it. I've had to wait so long to be a patient bull. That I have that yen patience, not yen. That I shouldn't be using that. What was it? The Yoda patience right now. Yoda patience. Now there's a Master Yoda out there too, right? I have that hot and sticky hot yoga patience. Call me hot and sticky. Hot and sticky. What is it? What was it? Hot yoga. Call me sticky, smelly hot yoga patience, or something like that. Just patience, patience, patience for that move down. Just come down here to daddy. Come on down here to daddy. Tease it for me. Just get it down there. Come on down. Got a little bit of panic in the close. We got an hour left, right? We got an hour and 45 minutes left. Just a little bit of patience down in here. All those bulls that thought they were missing out on all that action up there. Coming on down here. We got calls. We got calls for tomorrow, right? We had all these 420 calls. They're now $2 a piece, getting cheaper. Getting cheaper down here. Those 420s would be dirt cheap down in here, wouldn't they? Dirt cheap down here, wouldn't they? Sexy dirt cheap calls down in here. Come on down. Come to daddy. Good. Touch it. Come on down here. Touch it down here for me. Come on down there. Where are we at down here? Oh, a little bit of leading lower down here. Just testing it out down below here. Now we're down to 413 buyers. 413, 15 buyers. 413, 15 buyers. Come on down. That's down here. Oh, shit. I'm like, come on down. Come on, get on down there. Get trap them bulls in there. Oh, yeah. So they have more ammo. Don't worry about it. They'll use that ammo down here, I promise. They're locked in. We'll keep them bulls inside the trade. They're diamond hand and they ain't selling nothing. These bulls are going to, trust me, they're okay. We'll lock them in. We're going to watch the FOMC together. We're going to hold hands. We're going to sing Kumbaya. Everybody's on board. The bears are on board. Bulls are on board down here. Everybody's locked in. Come on down. Join us in the cheap seats. Come on down here. It's okay. You can. It's okay. I'll put my hand out. I'll put my hand out there. Here, touch my hand. Come on, come close. I'll hold your hand. It's okay. I got you. I promise. Yeah, come on down there. Come on down there. Come sit with Cap. Come on down here and hang out with Cap for a little while. It's okay. I'm right down here. Right down here at this 414. You'll be down there. Just come pay a visit. Come on down there. Here I am, right down here. 413 now. Look at that. Oof. Look at them buyers down here. Come on down to 412. Look at this 412. Come on down to 412. Might be a little bit of panic song coming into the close. Maybe we're running out of runway into the close. A little bit of runway. Somebody queue up CNBC because the markets have to digest what our Lord J. Powell is going to do tomorrow. A little bit of a bounce here. A little bit of bounce, 415.41. Not bad, right? Not a bad entry down here. Not too bad of an entry for a bull. Got these fake buyers down here at 412 and down at 412, believe it or not. There's some fake bidding going on down here. Fake ass bids are moving on down. You're down here at 412. They're like, come on down. Come join us in the shitter. Come to the bleachers. The bathrooms smell horrible down here, but trust me, we got lots of Schlitz. We're going to drink beers. Please. I've been waiting for you guys. We're going to do this together. We're a team. There's no we in team, but there's a me in team. Come on down here. It's okay. I promise I won't bite. How does it? You guys got more ammo, right? I just need a windowless van now. Captain Jim James, hot and sweaty yoga. Come, Jim James. Nasty yoga. Come on down. Come into the cheap seats. We're down here waiting for you. My fake ass bid is down at 414, 413. They're raising up a little bit. This is a good thing right here, seeing. Bid's raising up slightly down here at 415. Price target down below 412. I don't know that we get there. We might get to 414 still. You might see this bid removed to get us to 414. You don't want to break that, right? We're breaking through. This is bearish. What did we talk about earlier? Remember this afternoon? What did I say to you earlier? I said if you're a bear, getting all bearish down in here, right? You look for a bump and a rejection. Another way that it can happen if you want to get all bearish is a bump, and then a rejection. If you're a bull, you're looking for a slingshot higher here. If you're a bull and you buy a dip down here and you want to see it run up, right? Take profit and then pick it back up again. Do not get caught in here, because if this goes down, it's going to be fucking nasty. This will burn if this rejects up here. This is the setup that bears are looking at. Okay? Breaking trend right now. This is what a bear is looking for. Fuck this move here. You want this move. This is the move as a bear. This will be swift and brutal. That's their price target down there, 410. If you're a bear, mark my words, okay? I don't care if it's here. I don't care if it's here. When do you enter this if you're a bear? Over here. Okay? Not here, not here, not here. You want to enter that first or second tap over here. If it rejects on the way back up, you take that shit all the way down. If this rejects right here, if you see a rejection here, boom, like this shit's all the way down. This is a high probability.
We're inside 10 minutes now to the close of pit trading in U.S. energy markets. WTI crude futures down about 2.5%. We've seen the Dow and the NASDAQ fall into negative territory as well. Russell 2000 holding on to gains of about 1/3%.
So we'll watch this happen, okay, in real time. We'll watch this happen in real time. I'll bring it back and forth.
Ukrainian President Zelensky just saying that Ukraine is not retreating.
Dun, 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 dun. See him stepping in right now? Sellers are stepping in at 416.12. So there you go. There's your bears stepping in. They're waiting for you. They're up here at 416.12 right here. Right where it is. Bears are stepping in. They're waiting for a trade higher, a rejection, and down. They're already there waiting. They have a limit order right now to sell this shit right here. So we'll see if we reverse course here. We're still bullish here, believe it or not. This is still bullish. On the day, it's bullish. So we're looking to see if there's rejection. If there's no rejection here, you would expect much higher prices. Know that too. If this bottom is bought at some point, you're going to expect 420 swiftly. If this is rejected here, you are looking lower to lower numbers, 410. Okay, so if there's a rejection here, your price target is 410. If there is like a buy program that comes in, your price target's 420. So we're going to see if this gets rejected up here. Here's the rejection point right here, 416.20. Yeah, the trade that I want. I know the trade I want. I want that. I want that capitulation bloodbath. Everyone's scared of the Fed. I want that. You know what I want? I want Chase to come out and say I want us to trade to 4,000 and have Chase say, "Should I buy 380Ps?" Then I'll buy calls right then and there. And then I want who's an Uber bull here? I want an Uber bull here to tell me. I guess you can't do it down here, but if we're at 450 right now, I want an Uber bull to tell me to go 470. Yeah, Tom Pacheco. I want Tom Pacheco at 450. He's an Uber fucking bull. I want him to be like, take 470s cap, and I'll be like, fuck that, I'm taking puts. I want a fucking perma bull at the other side of this trade too. Yeah, Jill's a gangster. I don't trust her. She's one of those like wolves. That's what I want. I want bleeding. I want bulls bleeding. Every time a bull bleeds, I'm going long. I'm a bull. I just want to see blood in the streets for bulls so I can be like, fuck that, I'm going long. I'd rather high five with you guys after we bled out and then we fucking crank after we make 1,200%. That's when we fucking party. Oh, here we go. Weary Rome is popping in. Dude, so just so you guys know, Weary Rome has made some kick-ass calls. I'm your Huckleberry. You know who's made some kick-ass bear calls in here is Weary Rome. We rolled the market over one day. We thought we were going long. He fucking nailed it. Weary Rome nailed a call. I forget when it was, but he was like, this shit ain't holding. We're going down like another 200 points. And we fucking rolled it down. It was nasty. It was nasty. Oh, Desperado's getting hungry. Jill Neto's getting hungry. She's in stream. We're all getting hungry. This is when all the bulls show. This is when the sharks show up, not the bulls. This is when the sharks show up. My mouth's watering right now. Trust me. I'm like, I want to buy a dip. Give me a dip buy. Give me a big dip buy. Send it down to 10. Dude, you sent it down to 410. I'm buying 405. I'm buying 400. I'm buying. Break this 414.88. I dare you. I double dog dare you. A double dog dare you. Send it down there to 413. Please send it down to 412. I would love another buy-in down there. Make my day. 414.88. 420 C's for tomorrow are now $1.90. $1.89. They were buku expensive. Buku. Still a lot of interest. I'm not going to lose too much more, I don't think. What's the VIX doing? VIX is curling up. I want to show you guys something here. Show you guys something here, right? Look at that VIX over there. Tell you what, that VIX over there. VIX is looking nasty. That ain't looking pretty over there. The VIX is looking evil. It's just looking evil right there. At minimum, the VIX shouldn't top out until, somewhere in here. 331.49 or something. It's got a little rejection below it. Little place at 31.05, but it's got room to run. It's got room to run to 31.05. It's got room to run to 31.49, and you know about this one up here, this big bad boy, 36.64. That's ugly. You don't want to see that. Leave himself some room up here to trade higher. Could get a bloodbath on our hands. You guys ready for a bloodbath? We might get one. We might be getting a bloodbath. We're close to one. Just warning out there, okay? It's a market warning for you if you're a bull. We're starting to get some rejection here. It didn't even make it up high. It didn't even get the rejection. It didn't even get the push up. When you see this, this is call sellers. They're selling calls right now. Warning. If it starts to dribble down in here, this can be a sign that we're going to dribble straight down. Just warning, market warning if you're a bull. We are at a place right now. We can still trade higher. We can still bounce up here. Even though we're dribbling down, we can still do this. But just put warning that this look right here is people going cash, probably. People selling calls into the close. Sell some fucking calls into the close. You know, hot hands getting rid of my calls, and I don't even think they're buying puts. I just know it looks like people are monetizing cash gang, wait for FOMC into the close. Could be some real money selling going on here that we don't know about as well. This is another aspect of the market that we haven't talked too much about, that if we break 4,000, that you could see panic selling, right? That's part of my impetus that we're not going to break 4,000. That the Fed's job is to stop that. So I don't think we go to below 4,000, but you can have some panic. You have a panic Tesla buyer bought it at 850 or something, cut it loose at 900, and just pack their bags and let FOMC slide by, and then they buy back in. Could be anything like that, right? Like real money selling on individual tickers in the background. Just people being cautious, right, into tomorrow's FOMC. So this is a market warning. I'm going to issue this. This looks like a target to 410. Not guaranteed. High probability. It's starting to shape up like that, like this right here. Starting to shape up like looking for a rejection. It's a prime candidate. You're going to want to have some sort of confirmation, even if it's just a one pump.
WTI crude futures settling 102.41, down about 2.6%.
So we'll keep an eye on it here. If you're a bear and you want to take a short here, you're going to be looking for rejection right on this cross right here. You see that cross? You're looking for this rejection right on this cross right here. So we'll see if we get it. That price target is 1606. See if these sellers are up here. Not quite. They're still higher. They might be taking the money and run too. You can see up here. They're not quite there. Look closer. Yeah, they're kind of here, but not really. Bears aren't really committing here either. To be honest with you, they're not committing yet. We'll pay attention and see if the Bears come down to play, or if it's just another opportunity to buy a dip. But they aren't committing yet. You'll see a big swoop down. You'll see like 130,000 sellers swoop in. We'll see if this holds. It's turning bearish right now. If you like unlock the key to being bearish, the break of that flag is the key. So you unlock the door to being bearish. And now you're looking for confirmation. If I was getting bearish, this is what I'd be looking for. Take a trip down into the bell. We've got 2:33, an hour and a half left in the broadcast. If you like these streams, if you like the content that we post on Twitter, if you like the moderators, if you don't like the moderators, get on out of here. Because they're pimps. Great traders, great investors. If you like the Discord, please consider liking and subscribing to these videos. Do not tip me. I cannot accept tips right now. It's a technical thing. Do not do it. If you're making money right now, I'm grateful for you. Just like and subscribe to these videos. Tell your friends about our community and our friends. Strike up conversations with your fellow traders out on Twitter. Share information with each other. Ask questions of smart people on Twitter. They're out there. I seek them out all the time. I go down the rabbit holes on smart. I just go down the rabbit holes on people that are in bonds. I go down the rabbit hole on people that are in commercial real estate. I go down the rabbit hole on people that are ex-Fed employees. Find out information, share it with your friends, discuss it. Try to be better as traders and investors. Try to treat, even if you're a bull or bear, try to treat each other with respect. You guys are not fighting each other. You're fighting big banks. Remember that. The biggest scam lie that's been told to you is that you're fighting each other. You're actually fighting banks. So remember that. Try to help each other out. Try to help each other. Bears try to help the bulls out. Bulls try to help the bears out. You guys can make fun of each other. That's fine. You guys can poke each other. That's fine. You guys can rib each other. Just don't get nasty. Go fuck yourself. You're wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. Explain why I'm wrong. Tell me what your positives. What do you think's going to happen? Why is it going to happen? If I'm like, hey, I'm going to take this long right here, and you're like, hey, it's going to burn to the ground, tell me how I can take along and protect myself taking along. Try to help me out. Do me a solid. Nice little squeeze higher here. There's a beautiful squeeze higher here. Bulls holding on here. They do not want to give up 415 here. This is a good sign for bulls. They do not want to reject this. They want to bounce off this VWAP and this white line right here, and they want to trade this higher. Bears are weak here. I'm surprised at this. Bears are up at 421. This is good job for the bulls. Not seeing any resistance above here. See if they're hiding. I don't know if they're hiding here. But I'm not seeing them. This might squeeze. This looks like bears trying to get out of some short positions here. Tell bears not to take a short unless it's confirmed, right? Tell bulls to wait until they're confirmed that we're going back up here. This is a nice place to take a long here right now that I can see. See, unless they're hiding up here, they just can't see them. This is very supportive right now. This is very positive for bulls. Support down here at 414.57. This is a nice place for bulls. It's a nice entry for bulls right here. I'm not seeing huge sellers unless they swing down. I'm not seeing them. This might be bears just trying to get out of some shorts. You might see a rocket ship here. Hold on, I'm going to buy some calls. Give me a second. A little bit of sellers stepping in now. You see them stepping in right here, trying to push in. Sellers want to sell this down, but some nice support here. Oh, here it goes. Woo! Huge rejection. Huge. 414.67. Calls are $1.71 right now. On 420. Huge rejection. Bears showing up huge rejecting. Monster rejection. 414.53. Huge rejection right now. Bears in huge right now. Slamming down to 414. See if we can tighten this up a little bit. $414.44. They want to tag it down at $413, $412.50. Huge rejection. It's a little bit more. $413.50 or so. About another 80 cents to go. Well, 413.50 is a bid for 426, 413.40 or so. Wait a minute. 412.96, even larger bid. 412.96. Turn around that fast, and I'm like, couldn't even buy fucking calls. I'm sitting down here. I'm like, holy shit. $414.12. Bid is now down to $412.94. About 104.20 C's for $1.63. There might be another dollar down. You might want to wait until 413. I'll add some more down here if it gets crazy. 412.73, something like that. $1.63, 420 C's expiring tomorrow. This could reject down here. Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. $1.89. Okay, so we're gonna talk about this right here. We have something to talk about here. There you go. Big rejection up here though, right? Remember this. This is when bears can come in here and they can take this twice. Okay, so be careful in here. 1, 2, big move down. Okay, be careful in here. With that being said, you're going to be watching. Actually, I gotta do this quick in case it rejects. I don't want to get fucking rejected here. With that being said, okay, Be careful. Wait a minute. If we reverse, that's right about there. Clean this up a little bit in here. If we reverse down in here. Shit. We sold it. Hold on. Fuck. So I sold some calls, and I bought some calls down here and sold them. They were $1.63. Sold them for $1.83. Not as good as I was expecting. I'm kind of pissed off at this trade. This trade went up to $1.90 here. I should have sold it for a quick 25%. Okay, so that's really not it either. It's right here. $409, $410. That's where that is. If it follows the trend it's on right now. That is super steep. Whew. Had a little panic attack there for a minute. I'm not liking this here. I'm not liking this at all. Like this swoop up and then it didn't blast through here. You see that like fake pump? So I bought that right there, and then as soon as I saw the reversal, I was like, nah, I'm good. Thanks. I'll just wait and see what happens down here. I'll wait for this to break above and take that higher. Too risky. Dangerous. I don't want to see this reversal here. Get rid of the fake ass bid. 409, 409, 410. Trying to send this lower right now. They are. I thought they were trying to cover their shorts, cover shorts down here. 1, 2. Those 420s now $2, 198. I could have made more money in this trade, but too risky, too dangerous, too fast for me. I didn't like the speed at which this happened. Fuck that. I'm too fast. Too fast. I'll take the fucking 20 cents and be on my merry way. Too fast. I don't like this. I don't want that huge reversal. These two reversals here are violent as fuck. I don't like all this selling down in here. Too dangerous. Let's see what's going on if the sellers are still up here, if they're just fucking around. That was fast. Still showing that support. This is why I bought down here. This support down here is pretty fierce. So you guys looking at this support down here, it's pretty fucking fierce right there. Buyers are just waiting down here. 413. They're towing the line down here. They're telling you they ain't fucking going nowhere. But I don't like this down here. I don't like I don't like seeing this down here, 410. These fucking bears are fucking something else. They just want to turn some shit on, and it when they turn it on, it's like, bam. Fucking bastards. Dude, that was straight up hidden ice, hidden sellers right above. Whew. Scary. See if they're still up there at all. I don't see them there, dude. They're hiding. These fucking bears are crazy. Crazy ass bears. They're still there too. They're still fucking hiding there. They're claiming they're up at 420, but they're not. They're fucking right there ready. These little shits don't want the market to go up. They don't want to get squeezed. These shorts, man. Calls. I'm not in calls right now, but they're out 220. They were $1.60 at one point. I don't have the diamond hands for that trade right there. No way. I'm scared of the reversal, the second reversal right now. No fucking way. I missed that trade huge. No diamond hands for me in that trade. They swooped right in. That was fast as fuck. That was some computer trading right there. And they're not showing themselves here right now either. They're not showing that they're here. They're showing that they're gone, but they're here. They're presenting themselves as being at even right now, they're presenting themselves as being way up here. 420 or so. I ain't fucking buying it. No fucking way. There's a computer running it right now. I ain't doing it. We could blast off another 100 points right here. I ain't doing it. That was some crazy shit right there. See how fast that moved? Are you guys watching this out there? Are you guys trading this? Mira, what the fuck was that, bro? There was fake news? Yeah, that wasn't normal. Apparently it was fake news on Twitter about Fed decision being leaked early. That's what I'm hearing. 2 of my chat rooms I'm in. Not sure if you heard about it. No, we haven't heard it. But I felt it in the trade. I fucking felt it in the trade. I felt it right here. This is where I felt it, right in here. So I'm trading it on this chart right here. So I bought this down here. But this move right here was lightning. Came back up and then I cut it loose. Right there. I did all right, but this move was lightning. This was a computer. This wasn't like humans. And it wasn't fucking around. It was a hair trigger. Mara, you got your setup, bro. For that big reversal, bro. That was some wild shit. I got scared there. That spooked the fuck out of me. I don't like when computers do that shit. Yeah, that freaked me out. I've been in trades when that happens. You guys ever been in a trade when the computers take over? Fuck you. Any of y'all been long in a flash crash? That felt like a flash crash moment. I was like, motherfucker, they're gonna fucking burn me. Yeah, rage dumping. That one made me want to throw up right there. I'm not gonna lie. That one little move for like 2 or 3 minutes in here, it was right around 246. I almost shat myself. That was like high frequency trading right there. That was like a fucking somebody hit the sell button like Citigroup. Here, I'll do that on Twitter. Hold on. So it's just fake news on Twitter? I don't doubt that. Something triggered it. That was a trigger. That wasn't like... That was something pretty fucking nasty. Something triggered a sell. Twitter's claiming FOMC leak, 75 BPS hike confirmed. Nah. No, so in here, this move right here was so fast. This was really fast. Like really fast. This was a computer doing this. It doesn't show well on the chart. But as it was happening, when I was looking inside the options chain, it was pretty fucking violent. Thanks for the heads up, drink tell. Yeah, there's no 75 BPS, you fucking retard. That's not happening. And if anything, you'll get a hawkish tone and all that shit, but you ain't getting 75 BPS. It ain't happening. Even like the players, like the internal players of the market, don't believe that's happening. They think it should happen, but they're like, that's not the function of the Fed. It's not what they're gonna do. These people are like, we want this to happen. Well, they're like, they want it to happen, but they know that it can't happen in the credit market. They have to still support the credit market. Oh yeah, I'm long here. I'm blasting off here. Taking this bitch higher. Give me that give me 419 now.
We're coming up on the close of pit trading in bond markets for the day. The U.S. 10-year yield at 2.958% after briefly trading above 3% for the second straight day. The 2-year 276 as we head towards tomorrow's FOMC announcement. It is now less than 24 hours time. The Fed will likely announce a 50 basis point hike and provide details on trimming of the balance sheet.
I'm looking for 14.
Dow up 133 heading into the final hour of trade. The S&P up 29 and the Nasdaq Composite up 56. The dollar index is down about 0.1%.
Price target 419. I'm staying in for 419.50. That was some bullshit. That was some panicky shit right there. I'll tell you what. Yeah, that was some ugly shit right there, right, Winky? Like, that was some. You know, I'm afraid I'm in this trade right now, and all I'm thinking to myself is, they're gonna pull this fucking shit. Are they gonna pull this shit for the next day into tomorrow? Like, Winky's like, I'm done for the day. Are they gonna pull this like fake news shit? Try to tell you they're doing 75. They can't. Well, they can do 75 BPS, but they're gonna have to like. They'll have to cancel QT. They're gonna have to cancel. They're gonna have to cancel. Probably if they did 75 BPS, probably have to cancel QT. We'll be talking about QT. Yeah, that wasn't what it was. That was some fake ass news on Twitter. Whenever I'm in those trades and they flip that feel of that flip, that was some fucking. That was a computer. That was like the dungeon computer at JPM, and they heard 75 BPS. Boom. Hey, Wiki, have a great night, brother. I'll see you in the morning. No, I just saw. I bought it. Or I bought it $1.63, and I sold at 183 or something, 186. Had I held that trade, it'd be fucking. Had I held that trade, it'd be doing very well right now. Almost up double. But if it rolled over, it's no big deal. I would have held. But the way it rolled over, the violence of the rollover in that moment wasn't normal. That was like there was something in the market, and then of course someone came in and said there was a rumor that there was a leak. Like, see how it's rolling over right now? I don't mind this rollover. The different kind of rollover. The one that rolled over earlier was like, woof. That one was scary as fuck. Yeah, European flash crash just happened right here. Everyone's coming up with stories as to what that is, what the reason is behind that. I would buy that dip though. If we dipped 8% tomorrow, I'll buy that. Or in 15 minutes, I'll buy an 8% dip. See if we can grab at least 418 flat on this. That was some wild shit right there. Come on, baby. Get up to 448. Just give me 418. That was some wild shit right there. It's 3:04 in the afternoon. We've got 56 minutes left, or 56 minutes left until the hour. The U.S. New York Fed takes 1.8 trillion in RRP program at 0.30%. 83 participating and accepting counterparties. ATT reportedly to raise some mobile price plans for the first time in 3 years. That's a good for them. Department of Interior cuts water delivery to California in order to protect Lake Powell. That's all I got right now for news. What do we got here? People are passing around some Bloomberg estimates for tomorrow.
President Biden visiting a Lockheed Martin facility, saying that Russia is committing atrocities and war crimes in the Ukraine.
So this is where it is, okay? Just to give you guys a heads up, that the Bloomberg terminal is saying that the estimate for tomorrow is 75%. Now, people were taking that as a 75 BPS or BPS for added on to 25%. What it is we've already at 25%, and it means they're adding on another 50%. The low estimate, though, is 50%. Not bad. If we were to get 50%, that's adding another 25. And the crazy part is that the median is at 75 too. And what happened was there was a Twitter user, Gurgavin, Gurgavin, that said, "Get ready, the expected rate is 0.75%." But my assumption is that he has no concept of what he's talking about. So I can see where there's the market's gonna be freaking out about this. Oh yeah, baby, get up there. Get up there, baby. Give it to me. Give me 418. Push it. Hold on here. I might be selling here. Hey, give me a second here. Oh yeah. It's almost another 20%. Not really great, but that's like, I think that's 40% so far. So I'm going to sell here, take the money and run. My price target is right here, this 418. We can trade it higher here, but I'm taking profit right here, okay? We can trade higher than here. This is where I'm taking profit. So I caught some of this at least. This is a nice full trade if you're able to diamond hand this shit down here. Congrats to you. I entered twice. This is a good trade though. That's two good trades at least. Not bangers though, but decently paying trades. So basically the consensus is that we're going up, we're adding 50 BPS, okay? That's the consensus. Now, if everyone thinks we're going to add 75 BPS tomorrow, I'm sure there'll be people saying that. Still some strong resistance above from here to 420. Starting to roll it over slightly here. I have the same conviction into tomorrow that we're going to not pin to 420, that we're going to top out at 420, trade it lower into tomorrow. Nothing's changed for me here at this point. I'm not willing to take a long here. Like, I'm not going long into tomorrow. We've got 3:09 p.m., 50 minutes. Good job. You guys can subscribe. You guys can like. Oh, you guys like when I tell you to take profit? I just turned off the porn. I only put it on. I only put it on afterwards. When the market's over, I turn it back on and I watch it alone. I just burned down the porn just then. So a little bit of rolling over there. Nice little trade. I didn't capture all of it. I missed some of this trade. This is a great trade right here. There was a moment in this trade where I got really scared in here. This was definitely a triggered sell. This must have caught the attention of someone. Some high frequency trading firm caught this. Keywords are probably floating around Twitter, and boom, we had a quick sell until it could be confirmed. Now, us trading up higher at this point is saying, it's basically saying to you that it's basically saying to you that the expectation is that we're going to get 50 BPS tomorrow. If that is the case, then we're priced in for this. If that's the case, we're priced in for this. Next question becomes QT, right? Do they add QT? If they announce full bore QT across the board in all markets, it's gonna be a problem. So you want to be hearing reporters asking questions tomorrow about credit markets.
For some of these sports betting names, we're seeing a report from Twitter that the California Online Sports Betting Initiative, backed by FanDuel, DraftKings, and BetMGM, has qualified for a November ballot. Delta Kilo November Golf.
DKNG ripping. They were at 1526 earlier, trading higher now again to 1526. 1527 now, 1528 on DKNG. DKNG alert on some good news. We'll look up DKNG real quick. Now trading 1529 on DKNG. Lots of buyers here on DKNG. They would need to squeeze higher. This is a squeeze point. We'll load this up the last 6 hours. See if it squeezes here or not. Be careful of these sellers above here. Lots of buyers coming in right now in DKNG. Unusual volume right now in DKNG. Heavy volume. Heavy buyers on DKNG right now. They're probably going to squeeze. If it squeezes here, price target above 1572. That's huge. That's a big move for them. Possible $16. You might not want to get caught in this. Could get dangerous. These kind of things, they turn around fast. Just be careful out there if you're going to trade this DKNG news. $17.50 would be top on DKNG. The news on DKNG at this point, let me see if I can. Yeah, they didn't post it. Just rumors of a deal on DKNG. It looks like a vote. I'm interested in the trade. It swung from a low down here, right? As a low of 1306 through 4 days ago. It's looking pretty fucking bullish over here. Like it's going to explode higher.
President Biden, speaking at the Lockheed Martin plant, calls on Congress to pass the bill to increase chip production.
Okay, so let's just take a look here, right? Had that nice high up here, rejection. We had 2 rejections. 1, 2, sold it down. 1, 2, sold it down. 1, 2, do we go up or do we sell it down? Do we have any shorts that close today on news tomorrow? You've got the Bloomberg terminal screenshots going out there for people. I'm not taking a long into the close today. You can. I took 2 longs down here. I haven't traded anything all day long. I don't like the consolidation in here. I'm gonna wait for tomorrow and look for an entry, a real long entry, like with substantial money down here, or a spread down here on Wednesday. It's 3:17 in the afternoon. Thank you for tuning in today. I'll be here with you till 4 p.m. today. Let's check back in on DKNG. They keep trying to tap this, and they're not able to. Right? This is 1526 over here. A lot of sellers above. They're saying, "Hell no, you're not going up there." 16 though is next target. Let's chart it out. This is extremely bullish. When you see a move like this. This is very bullish, right? They're pushing this up, trying to get to a specific price point. Of course, it can get squeezy or it can sell off, right? If we break here, it sells. You want to buy anything below this white line right here. We saw on the we had $16, then we had like 17 and change or something. So 17 right here. It's a bullish setup though. Even in a ticker that is trading down, somewhere in there, you can see it right there. Not really looking for a rejection on a larger time frame. Bullish, but not bullish. Anything past this line right here, right? This is a downward channel, right? You can pick the trade back up above it and take it higher. But at least in the short term, it's not unreasonable to expect a price target above. I don't think it's unreasonable to expect this. If those rumors turn out to be true, I should say, right? Rumor-based news. Right there. There's more than likely going to be some rejection here at $16, so it might be more something like let's see a squeeze higher, another consolidation, and then you target up there, possibly something like that. It could just blast off there too, but 17 doesn't seem irreasonable if that news is real. The rumors that are flying. Trade the news when they talk about rumors. They try to verify the veracity of them. So it looks like there's some legitimacy to that rumor. That would make sense. 17 Cs, weeklies. Let's see if there's any interest in those. I don't know, man. They might be trying to sell out of their positions here. That rumor might have been. There's interest on they have an earnings report and stuff, but the 16C has a lot of interest. 67 cents widespread on it. 67 and 71 cents for May 6th. May 13th are all in the money. $14.50 for $1.61, $1.68. Total lotto ticket. We'll see if those print though. $16, 16 C's for 66 cents. There's 7,000 contracts out there on them. On rumors. Good thing we sold calls up here, huh? Don't worry about it, Matt. You'll be getting a refund, brother. You'll have a refund here in the next few days. You'll get a refund. I'll have another way to tip, though. I'll have another way for you to tip, but I'm going to be refunding you. In the I'm trying to I have to what do I have to do there? Dude, what's up with the porn? What's up with YouTube? There we go. Am I streaming in 720? I didn't even realize that. I have to check back and make sure I'm streaming in 1020, and I gotta check that tonight. I'm streaming in 720 right now. I should be streaming in 1080 right now. So that must be my Streamlabs is all fucked up right now. So I'll make sure that I'm streaming it in 1080 for you tomorrow. Right here, you got this little bit of sell right here, right? Told you to sell up in here. 418. You could grab another banger in here. And realistically, we're going to sell off in the close, in my view. Or at least try to hold 415 into the bell. If you sold calls when I sold calls, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. That was ugly right there, huh? That was nasty. Rolled it right over. Kissed it, then bye-bye. This is VWAP, trying to play the VWAP trade here. These are day traders and day traders. Question becomes, do we have buy side or sell side imbalance in the market? Let's look at the whole market here and see what's going on. Man, I'll tell you what, there's still buyers down here. I don't like that. They're still waiting for a softball catch. There was a dip buy there just currently on SPY. I don't know. Like, I don't need this whole trade. I'll be honest with you. I don't need to win the entire move. I feel like just buying calls today into the bell into 4 o'clock. Like I'm gonna be up all night long. I'm gonna be panicking. If we're looking at a larger time frame, I mean, how much of this move do you need? We're right here, right? Do you need this whole move? If you need this whole move, then get some spreads. If you want this with just buying calls, you have to wait. You don't have to take as much risk as you want. If you're like, I wanna buy calls in the bell cap, the safest way to do it is to wait for the bell. Add some calls. Don't go full tilt. Add 10%. Then like 10% at open tomorrow, and then another 10% later in the day, and then build into that position heading up to 4:30. Don't go full don't full port that trade into tomorrow. You can just get theta burn in that trade too. Tell you what, if this market doesn't go up between now and tomorrow, right? The intrinsic value of zero dates for tomorrow are going to fucking burn. Burn. And another trick, not trick, but another mechanic in the market would be if they know all these people are in 420s, they could burn them all to the ground tomorrow and force you to buy 420s on a discount for Friday tomorrow. So don't get caught in that trap of going in tomorrow. That frequently happens in these type of events. So I'm not saying we're not going to gap up or anything. I'm just saying be prudent if you're going to take this long into the bell. I think we trade sideways and down. We have all day long. It's one big trade sideways and down. If you want to put some risk out there in case we trade over the night, I understand that. I respect that 100%. We don't get too many chances down here to buy a dip. So if you're going to throw a little bit on for tomorrow, I would say keep them at zero dates and keep them in the money and maybe wait until the bell in here to throw them on. You could buy them here, but you got 30 minutes left for all kinds of hanky-panky stuff going on in here, right? You buy them here, and then you're down here owning them. I like the idea of 415 buying them, too, into the bell. Or maybe you wait until after the bell. They might get cheaper. We're at 416, 91, 93 or so. Let's see where the buyers are intraday at least. They're at 415.18, 415.40, 14. Not a lot holding it up going into the bell. More sellers than buyers right now. We have buy side imbalance. Or excuse me, a sell side imbalance. Not a huge amount, but there is a sell side imbalance. See those sellers stepping in right now above? See them on the right hand side of your screen? So there's some selling going on right now. Yeah, they do. They do suck it out and I gotta do a video on that. How to trade end of day. All the different shit that you have to look for at end of day trading. It's one place that I'm either looking for really cheap stuff, or if it prints into the 415, doesn't matter if I buy it at 3:45, 4 p.m. But at 415, if I've printed a ton off it, oftentimes I just take the money off the table and walk. I've been known to do that. Like let's say we trade down on the bell, and then it slams straight to the moon. After hours, I'll take the money and run. Let's say we trade up into the bell from a low. For the last 15 minutes, we just go blasting off. I usually take that money off the table before we even get into the bell. That's mostly because we'll retrace that shit by morning, normally. Like that retrace move that happens, and you're like diamond hitting for 2-3 days, you give all that shit back. If there's program buying into the bell, oftentimes that shit retraces next day. If there's carnage into the bell, that's like a 50-50 proposition. You have to look on a larger time frame. On a larger time frame, if it's a capitulation moment, I'll buy that fucking bell every time. If it's like first day of capitulation or if it's in the middle of capitulation, I might not buy that bell because the low liquidity environment will send it lower. The best buy on that is usually the second day at the open. Another thing that I'll trade at closes, if we have big ERs, big ones, I'll be looking for weakness into the bell, and then I'll buy the bell just after it. Or if there's fear the first minute or two where it dumps, and then I'll grab it and wait for the report to come out, and it'll blast off. Also, another key point, if you hate picking individual tickers for ERs, find an index that your ER is heavily weighted in and trade that instead. And you say, why? It's because you can trade it after the 4 o'clock hour. You can trade it at 4 o'clock until 4:15. Apple's prime example. Amazon, prime example. There's no reason, unless you're doing strangles, straddles, you should be selling anything. Or maybe you're holding a long put spread or call spread to month out. So you have to deal with interest in those options. But otherwise, if you're like, I'm buying calls on Apple I'm buying fucking 180s tonight. That doesn't work. But if you think Apple's going up and you have a conviction on that, you can buy, let's say, SPY calls on a conviction play. And you'll probably print those. High chance. You'll probably print them between 4 and 4:15. So you don't even have to hold till next morning to find out if it sells off. You can literally make the money in the trade for like 15 minutes. That's a high probability of trade on a conviction trade on an individual ticker. Dude, what is with these best adult cams? They're pouring in today. I got to find out. Anybody know how that happens? Best adult dating cams? Pornography. I'll do child abuse reports. Promotes terrorism. All right, report that one. Reports. I'll report this one. Report for what? Pornography. There you go. Report that one. And then we'll report this one. Report this one for suicide and self-injury. Okay. Report that one. And we'll report this one for child abuse. It's always a good one. When I tell Spy to come to Daddy. Yeah, I can check D-Doc for you. Trading 416.52. We'll look at T-Doc. Teledoc. Teledoc took too much of a hit. It's looking bullish into the close right now on SPY. Teledoc took a little bit too much of a hit in their ER. But that looked like repricing to me more than anything. Looked like a reason to get long on T-Doc. When you see shit like this, I will be honest with you. And everyone rips on T-Doc. I think even Winky hates him. He's probably out there listening right now. He's like, fuck, he's going bullish on T-Doc. Let's look at T-Doc. High of 308. They're down to Jesus. Look at this. This is insane. 28.75. Way down here, 2017. That's a little ridiculous. It's a little ridiculous. But you see it's being bought now, right? I want you to see these volume bars over here. You see these volume bars down here? This ain't retail. That ain't retail. That ain't retail. And that ain't retail. That is not retail buying this down here. Those are banks that told you up here, T-Doc sucks. They pumped it on the news. They hired a short company. Over here, they paid off CNB. I'm serious. This is how it happens. They shorted it. They accumulated, distributed it, made their money by telling you. And they said, fuck it, we're going to buy it down here. And then we're going to bring out some good news for TDOC. I like TDOC down here. I think it's insane not to have TDOC down here. It's like the oldest medical telephone company in the world. That's all you have to say. And it's not that it has to be $300, but I think it's insane. I still do telemedicine. So we're going to do TDOC real quick. It's got fine support down here. Fine support down here. What do you want to know about TDOC? Just hold. That's all you do. That's big support. It ain't going nowhere. It ain't going nowhere. I'm telling you. It ain't going nowhere. Old men are buying this right now. Do you want a price target on it? Oh, hold on. We can do it. Outside of market conditions, we can do it. Outside of trading lower in market conditions, when do you get bullish on TDOC? You don't. You just, all you do in TDOC. So the one thing you want to consider here is fair price. $80 sounds rational. With that said, current bottom, 28.75. We know that, right? This is your trading zone right here. We even go lower. Make this your trading zone. We'll actually make this your trading. This truly is your trading zone right here. I'll be honest with you. But a price target, I think it's reasonable to say 80 to $100 over time. And you're going to have some resistance here to get there. It's not going to be easy getting there. It's going to probably have to be news-based or something. Upper bound. And then maybe next one will be $100. Up here somewhere. 95.75 price target. With that said, there's a lot of work to do for TDOC to get there. You have a gap to fill in here. What you're going to be looking for is snapping lines wherever you find support all the way up. It's still in a negative channel, so you can't be bullish on it. But you can buy dips on it. And I would buy this dip. I don't think there's anywhere lower you need to worry about other than a bad market. Honestly, this is a big dip. Do I think you sell it at 16? You can take profit. But you'll snap lines every time here and look for consolidation to the right. You'll look for... You're going to look for rejection. And then a push higher, right? Then you'll snap a line here, right? You'll see some of this nonsense. Drop below, you'll buy that, right? You'll get more, and then you'll get up, right? You'll be trading down here, and then you'll start moving up something like this. Now, if you see a rejection up here, it means it needs more time. You buy the dip again. Until you break this 28.75, it's not really negative or bearish. It doesn't become bearish until it squeezes in here and then pushes down. That's bearish. So your stop losses are not quite 28.75, probably 25 is your stop loss on this ticker. And I would give it the time to trade and go higher. I'm going to expect it to go higher. Absolutely, I like TDOC. And everybody hates TDOC. Watching some big hedging coming in right now on the SPY and IWM. Just as a heads up, there could be an impact from that briefly on the SPY. Some weakness in the SPY and in the bell due to that. Not paying attention. Just be careful in this close. This will probably not hold with the hedging that's going to be put on the market on these puts on the markets. The SPY 617, 397p, $9.4 million. Not bearish, just it's a hedge. It's a hedge that they'll pull off if the market goes up. But note that they will have to hedge that trade today. The dealers will. The market makers will have to hedge that trade today into the close. Now, that will also translate into the after hours. Also, so I'm seeing some hedging coming into the market. Also, That doesn't mean that it continues. They were going down because of that hedging. They'll pin this market with a hedge. Put on a protective hedge in June. If we don't have any bad news, they'll close them out and we'll go right back up again. Okay? So just be careful of that as we head in this bell. We should have some weakness into the bell. I wouldn't be surprised with weakness into tomorrow. Sideways and down into the open tomorrow. Sideways and down into the open tomorrow. They take this very seriously. Like the Church of Finance takes this FOMC meeting seriously, even though they make fun of JPOW. It's a moment where everyone stops in the financial markets. They want to know where the direction of where we're going. They're having their meeting right now. They're going to give a speech tomorrow over this. That's at 2 p.m. It usually does break before then, but not before we open the market. You usually won't see a squeeze higher today. So pin sideways, possibly even lower than they're trying to establish 415 as a baseline. I still think we can go even lower than 415 between now and tomorrow. If you want a full Porta trade, I'm waiting for tomorrow. You know, I said I didn't want to trade today because where are we at the end of the day? Where are we? You know what? Floyd's Garage. I'm going to talk to you guys. I'm going to make a video. I've done this on live stream before and why I've done it in live stream. That's a falling knife. I have to give you guys a class on how to catch knives, how to identify or why don't want to catch knives, how to chart catching knives for taking long, and when to cut losses on that, so that I can explain that better to you guys. I've done it on the stream before, but if you're just joining me or haven't been here before, I can show you corrective moves on a ticker, when to look to long it, to actually long it, how to set alerts for when to actually long a stock. But some people are long TDOC. They bought the dip. So I chart it like that for them. But we'll have to talk about that. I have to do a big video on this because it's important. It works every single time. Every single time. Every single time. On any ticker. You can name it. Call it out. It works every time. Okay, so except for fucking biotech. Fuck those guys. That's all news-driven shit. But like your common tickers, like a TDOC, it works on. Tech, speculative growth specifically, it works on. So I'm expecting we're going to go sideways. I don't think you're getting a squeeze higher to fucking 420 in the overnight, unless there's something we don't know. I think we trade sideways and down. You're all locked in. What did I say to you this morning on Twitter? I said, I didn't want to fucking trade today. And we're right where we were this morning. We're taking the day off today because there was nothing here for me. I know you guys are sick. You guys are sickos wanting to day trade everything. We're right back where we started. So if you bought along today at the opening bell and you held it and didn't sell it today, you're right back where you started and you lost some of your money because we haven't moved anywhere. How much do you save and put in play? Yeah, we're going to do that. So the trade is coming up here. Why don't you guys know the Captain's trade is probably coming up tomorrow. If I place the trade, you will get an alert on Captain's Trades. We'll do it here live so that we can make this trade. It's probably happening tomorrow. It could be later. It could be, it might not be tomorrow. If we don't get that, I need that bloodletting, a little bit more bloodletting. So we'll see if we can get it. The trade might be on, I might have to pass on it until OPEX for May. But that's fine. I can wait too. I only make these trades. That trade I only make 9 to 12 times a year. But I want to make sure it's a short thing. I can't place that trade without having the FOMC news. I can't. It's too important. FOMC news. All the joking and smoking aside, it really is. So I take this trade with you, and then in the background I place the trade. I place a second trade for a lot of money, and Yeah, I can't risk that trade. I can't risk losing that money. So, for tomorrow, sideways and down. When do I pick this trade up tomorrow? You need to tune in so we can buy a bottom tomorrow. We're going to watch the options chain tomorrow and see where everybody is in the market. Who's holding what it's worth, and who gets fucked the most for us to then enter and take it long or short. There's a lot of money coming in right now into the market in this bell. People are buying 5.4, 420Cs, $1.1 million. A lot of people buying SPY 5.4, 420C, $90,000. TQQQs. SPY call 5.4. Jeez, you guys are savages. You guys are like, fuck you, Cap. A lot of people out there buying calls right now on this bell. So if you want to put like 10% in and buy this bell, have at it. Big money rolling into SPY right now on this bell right here. If you want to take the risk on it, there's a lot of money. You want to follow big money? They're on it right now. It just rolled in. Giant money coming into the market right now on this bell. You know what? Fuck it. I'll throw some 0 dates in there. They're so expensive. I'm going to buy some 430Cs for Friday or no, for the 4th. Can I get it there to the 4th? Yeah, they're only 12 cents. 12-cent calls. Man, it's so risky. So risky. 425s are only 50 cents. 428s are really nice, like 23 cents. So tempting. So tempting. It's so tempting. I'm telling all of you not to buy this clothes, and I'm like, man. Some 428s would be nice. Man, some of those 430s, those are some real degenerate shit right there. 430C. I'm buying 430Cs. All right, they're so cheap I have to buy them. I can't control myself. Hell no. That's pure gambling right there. 430C. Okay. 430C, 13 cents. Expiring tomorrow. Oh, shit. That's some degenerate shit right there. Give me a second here. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, Lotto's in the close. Lotto's in the close. Okay. I'm in Lotto's for the close. I'm going to be buying lottos right now for the close, but not a lot of money. Not a lot of money, okay? I'm going to be buying lottos tomorrow on the bell, depending on where we wind up. And I'm probably going to be buying lottos near the meeting, okay, at 2 p.m. So there we go, lottos. Savages. Market internals, volume, 567 million shares, 10% above its 3-month average. Advancers lead decline is 1.7 to 1. NASDAQ, volume, 3.61 billion shares, 5% below its 3-month average. Advancers lead decliners, 1.3 to 1. VIX, baby, down on the day. VIX bulls trapped at this point. So, 13 cents into the bell. I'm not even going to look. I'm not going to stare at them all night long. I promise I won't be awake all night long on Twitter with you. But there you go. 430 Cs. Now, how long do you hold them? When do you buy them? So, this is so terrible. This is such gambling. I want you to know that more than likely they're going to expire worthless tomorrow. Worthless. Factor that into what you're buying. If you spend 13 cents here, 13 cents here, and 13 cents here, you're in for like 39 cents or something, right? 39 cents. Calculate how many trades you're going to place for when you start taking these trades here. 13 cents into the bell, 430C, price target tomorrow on FOMC, not as hawkish as expected. My call for tomorrow is that Fed Chair Powell is going to sound stern, but he is not. He's going to be talking about. I think 0.2 or I think 2.5 BPS is a possibility depending on how QT is rolled out. I think 50 BPS is possible, but QT will be not as severe. I think they have to balance it right now. I think we get some problems in currencies, in credit markets. We have problems in the commercial real estate markets. We've got problems in the internals, the machine that runs behind the scenes. I think the smart people will know that. It'll come out and leak at some point, and they're going to know the market can go up a little bit. I am not bullish on a macro sense of this market. I'm more bullish on what's going to be released tomorrow. We're down at 4,000. The fucking Fed chair is not coming out tomorrow to fucking create a market crash. He ain't doing it. That's not part of his mandate. That's not part of anyone's mandate. Not even Volcker. All that noise about Volcker trying to crash the market, he tried to have a bear market. That's completely different. Not trying to crash shit. We'll have moments where we drop huge numbers, but they got to get you feeling good about being down here. They have to get investors. Be like, hey, it's okay to be down at 4,000. Hey, it's okay to be at 3,800. Hey, it's okay to be at 30. It's like holding a hand. We're going to walk you through this. That's my take on it. That's his job, at least, when we're down here. Do I think he's successful in this? I don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. But do you think he's going to intentionally walk out in the room, zip down his fly, and say, suck it, bulls? No, he's going to say, this is the new reality. We're going to probably trade sideways and down, right? Be careful what you're, he's not going to say this specific stuff, but the gist is going to be times are changing. Risk is out there. Economy's risk is out there. And stagflation is, everyone going to say stagflation. He's going to say shortages, inflation is still a threat. I should be more sincere in this, what I'm saying here. But at the same time, he's not going to come out and slam you with a hammer. As a matter of fact, there's probably going to be some talk within the meeting that will come out later when they do the minutes. And when the minutes come out, that's when the shit news comes out. That's when you're going to hear the uglies. That's when actually it comes out that they're going to say in the back room, fuck those bulls. We're going to take this market down. And that will happen. The only other thing I would say in this, for the counter argument, I do believe Jay Powell is going to sacrifice the equities market to protect the credit market. I do think he's going to sacrifice it to protect the economy. But I think he's going to try to do it without having a market crash. It ain't going to happen. There are large funds, banks that own the SPY. funds, 401ks, your grandparents, your parents, probably you. He's not put in that position to actually do that. Orderly fashion, all the way through and through. Short the market down, take the money away from you, and redistribute it. So, I don't see it tomorrow. I'm not seeing it. So I'm going to buy that. I'm going to buy those calls into the bell. I'm going to buy them again tomorrow. Probably take me twice. I wouldn't shock me tomorrow to see this sell tomorrow. I'll buy some 10-cent calls, right? It's going to slam down. And then I'll have to buy them again. So, if you're buying calls in this bell right now, you got to know, right, that this can fail, and this can fail. You need to understand the risk. Don't be coming back to me being like, hey, Cap, it didn't print, or why'd you tell me that, Cap, or Cap, you were wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm measuring my risk and how many chances I'm taking here. I'm saying to you, I'm trying this, and this. This is one play. This isn't 2 plays, 3 plays. This is a strategy to buy a bottom. So be aware of that, okay? You don't have to hit all 3. You only have to hit one of the 3 to print you 1 to 3 to 5 to 6,000%. So somewhere in here, if I can get stuff cheap enough at specific moments, I'm going to do it. I'm going to take them until I get one print off of these things. So right now I'm accounting for 3 places to buy a dip: 415, 410, and 405. If we trade sideways tomorrow to 415, I have another chance to buy it. If we dip again down here at 410, I got another chance to buy it. But I'm setting myself up to win a long trade here. Does that make sense to any of you out there? You guys understand this concept. Very simple. So you can't really lose as we head down here. Make sense? You can be like, oh, Cap burned all his calls in tomorrow. But that's not really true. I'm looking at spending 60 to 70 cents if it gets down here to go long. This is why calls always win too. Make sense? I'm not getting paid 1-for-1 on puts, protective puts. And we're down here. We're in the depths of hell right now. I don't get a lot of time to be buying dips, so I'm gonna enjoy the trip down here. I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm going to buy some dips.
About 2 minutes to the closing bell. Heavy earnings load today, including Airbnb, AIG, Akamai, AMD, Blackbaud, Big 5 Sporting Goods, Cirrus Logic, Caesars Entertainment, Extra Space Storage.
Who's this? The Elevator is full domination legislation. J-Pow from the ceiling.
Match Group.
Pound and gag to beat him silly with a rubberized baton.
Prudential Financial, Public Storage, Revolve, Starbucks, Service Corps, Skyworks, among many, many others.
Got 2 minutes left to the bell. J-Pow's finished eating dinner tonight. Wipes his mouth with his towel. Pushes his chair away. Walks slowly away from the dining room into the bedroom. Who's in the bedroom? Someone tell me who's in the bedroom. Paul saying, Will sold their puts. I'm a degenerate. Yes, I am. I wasn't going to do it, but I'm doing it. After seeing all those calls being bought on the bell, I wasn't expecting that. So watching that flow on the dime in here, bunch of call buying in here. And I understand why they're doing it. They're going to do it here. I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen. They're going to buy this. They're going to buy this. And they're going to buy this. And they're just going to throw money at us what they're going to do. And they don't give a fuck. So that's what I'm doing. That's what the banks are doing right now. They're just buying it all. It's disgusting. The crazy part is the banks say they're not the ones. The crazy part is that
they're going to lay flipping these S&P market on close to the buy side, about 300 million to the buy side.
300 million to the buy side. Also, 1 minute left. You got 15 after that to make some decisions. Also, when you've got a BRK there, right, saying that we've turned it into a gambling operation, right? We've turned the market into a gambling operation. What's this? SPY 54 420C, $1.1 million. Do you think, right, that that's me placing that trade? That's like JPM placing that trade. Someone placed $1 million bet on 0 dates for tomorrow. That's not even a small office. That's a big bank. That's not some guy sitting there going, throw $1 million at a 0 date. You throw $1 million at a 0 date in here, that's a bank doing that. So when the old man says, I don't like it, right, it's probably him placing that bet or someone like him. You all have a great day. I'll catch you all tomorrow. It's 4 p.m. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Likes really do help a ton. Please don't tip me at all. I'll try to figure out a new way to get tips. I will be seeing you guys bright and early tomorrow. Hope you guys are long, baby. Long, long, long.